Hello, hello. Oh, how's everybody doing? We're gonna have to use the Charlie cam for very unusual purposes later, which is to actually show Yu-Gi-Oh cards. We'll see if he lets us do that at some point. But for now, it's fine. What's up, everybody? How's your weekend been? Jen, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Centurion is finally, I guess, playable in Master Duel again. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Probably gonna play some of it later. We'll see. Yeah. Why is the human talking? Gigantic, they go to 34 months. That may have been the shortest sub message you've written in 34 months. It's pretty impressive, actually. It may very well be the shortest. Thank you for the 17. I'm doing good, Nilmi. How are you? I am quite looking forward to today's stream because we've got a lot of different things to do. Looking like a fun one. We've got some new cards. We've got a TCG weekend to talk about. We've got different results from the first couple of tournaments from post-banlist format, including myself, because I did go to locals. Nothing too major, but I did go to locals. I already posted about it on Twitter, so people that have been following on Twitter know what I've played. But we'll talk about that as well. I'll show you my deck. Had a lot of fun with it. Then we're gonna hop into some Master Duel as well. We have Jesse on stream later. Yeah. Dabatsi, thank you for the 9 months. What would you recommend to do if you return to Yu-Gi-Oh after 10 years to get used to the game again? I think just picking a deck that you like to start with, and then just like getting a routine in, like going to locals regularly, I think is a good start. And then eventually weave in some bigger tournaments. Not too much noise. Okay. All right. King Emrock, thank you for the 14 months. Congrats. Those are some decent results. Yeah, Blue Eyes, I think, is pretty fun, and I did see it in a lot of these regional overviews. So we're gonna see how good exactly Blue Eyes is, because I have a bunch of big tournaments, including the French Open, that we can talk about today. Now that Charlie has left me, I can actually use my keyboard, so we can do the warm up real quick, and then we'll get into all that stuff. Frogadier, thank you for the 13. Let us begin. That I think is Girgi Attacker. Yeah. Don't know what that is. Peking Goblin. Well, he do be peeking. It's like the Mad Archfiend. Is that a thing? That is a thing. Okay, good. Ooh, that's a Frightfur. Oh no, it's an edge imp. Edge imp. Saw. Deadeye Bullseye. Thank you for the 24 months. I appreciate that. That is Feral Imp. Yeah. Yeah. That's Umbral Soul. Dude, the thing is, I should probably skip this, but tuning wave? No. Light wave tuning. I knew it was something like that. Yeah. That Gambler of Legend? No. Sand Gambler? Yeah. Some Gambler. Silent Angler. Ooh, that's the assault mode thingy, right? Psy Reflector. That is the assault mode stuff, right? You like teleport for it, and then you... what is the turtle's name? I know the turtle. Reptilian. Reptilian... Gardner? Yeah. Feels like an ancient warrior. Alright, I'll give it one shot. Ancient warrior. Zugong. Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. That you just know that. Who is that? Faradice, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. I've seen this card before, but I have no idea what it's called. Security block. Okay. We got Stardust over here. Looking like a spell trap, so I'm gonna skip it. Because I do not know what it's called. Stardust Flash. Parak, thank you for the 8 months. Orbo Known, thank you for the 11. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you. That is a Luna Light. One of the dancers. Luna Light Panther? Nope. Cat Dancer. Saber Dancer. Okay. Well. Exarion, thank you for the Prime. Ooh, Ally, that's Quarantine. I'm gonna skip the other part. Quarantine. Ooh, something Shackle. Is it? It's Dark World Shackles, I think. Yeah. That's the what's he called? The dragon. Something Nether? That one? Yeah. Crystal Wing. It's not that one. No, Clear Fast Dragon. Oh. Clear Wing Fast Dragon. Okay. Vortex Trooper. No. Something, dude, what is he called? Aztec? Oh, it was there. Azteci Pit, that one. Oh, Sprite. I zoomed too much. That is Sprite Starter. Wait, what? Gigantic? Huh? Gamma Burst? Since when does Gamma Burst have so much red in it? Well, fake fan. Fake fan. Don't know what that is. Something UA, but penalty box. You know, could have guessed that. Fortune Lady. Is that Earth or Light? And I can never. Of course not. Like the background, I feel like looks kind of Earth brown, but eh. Well, if it ain't a Cyberse monster, my favorites. What is that? Just Decode Talker? That's just Decode Talker, right? Crossroads. Yeah. Gozuki. Saber Slash. Some fish. Mermail. Mermail, Abyss. Oshia. Yep. Abyss, Oshia. Shinobu. Think about 18. Is that Draconet again? It's Draconet. I think that's the king. Yeah. Is that the same dragon? Wait, Nether Soul. No. Wait, huh? Really? The other one? Oh, okay. It evolved. I've seen this card, but I have no idea what it's called. Simultaneous Loss? It could be that. It is that. Okay. That is the isn't that the little 200 thingy pin the bullseye? Please? Yeah. That's the one that does 200 burn damage, right? That looks like a BA. That's Malacoda, I think. That's an incantation. Talismandra? Can't really tell what's going on here. No idea. Gravel Storm, okay. I feel like that's an Amorphage card. Dream Mirror. Oh. Alright, it was not an Amorphage card. It looked a lot like the red Amorphage. Fossil Fusion? Tatsunoko. That's probably a cubic. I'm not going to try and do that. Yep. Six Samurai. I think that's Elder. No. What else? Smoke Signal. Zombie Stein. Ooh, that's old. Visor Shock. Ice Barrier. No. Oh, that's one of the Azirs, right? This is Loki. Yeah. I have no idea what that is. No idea. Magistus. Is that the Roid City? Roid, Mega Roid City? Yeah. Seven. Okay. Colored. Okay, it doesn't write out the 7. All right. I've seen this before. Something Dragon Newt. Axe or lance? Looks like a lance. Yeah. That is something blue eyes. Maiden. It's not Maiden of White, right? Priestess? Oh. Priestess with eyes of blue? Yeah. Springans. I'm pretty sure that's Springans. I'm not. Right. Sprite Smashers? Really? Okay, okay. Now actual fake Sprite fan. I don't think I would have recognized that. I mean, technically, that is a Springans card. Kind of. I'm just saying. Is Anne signing into our account on a Mac? Yes. Skull dice. Okay. 856, not bad. No, we're not getting hacked. No, we're not getting hacked. It's all good. Wait. High level, high attack, low defense, old. Effect monster. Not dark. What's a high level monster with low defense from back in the day? I was thinking Dark Armed Dragon, but it's not a dark. Judgment Dragon has too much defense. What's Berserk Dragon? The level is it dark? What about Tidal? No 2000 defense. Oh yeah, we could try a Monarch. Monarch's actually a good shout. Let's do Karaz first. Level 6. Light with 2400 attack. Cybernetic Magician? No, but it's not 1000 defense. Not 1000 defense. Okay. I tried the only Monarch, I think. That's Warrior. Crazy behavior. Prime Material Dragon, too much defense. Fiend Mega Cyber is 2200 attack. Vanity's Fiend is a dark monster. Zaborg is a level 5. I think Zaborg is the only OG Monarch that's not a level 6. Majesty's Fiend is not from 2007 or earlier. A light with 2400 attack. Light level 6, 2400 attack. Kaiser Glider? Kaiser Glider is too much defense. 2200. It's gotta be one with like, I mean, between 1000 and 1500 defense. Surely a dragon? I don't know. The only level 6 dragon I can think of is Prime Material right now. Oka? Probably it. Yeah. I've seen this card. I've seen this card before. Back in my day. I would not have known its defense points though. But yeah. Okay. Alright. All right. So, warm-up out of the way. Welcome, everybody, to the Monday stream. We have an entire weekend to recap. We have TCG results. We have some OCG results. We have a OCG metagame report and a YCS that happened in Japan that we can take a quick look at. And we have the Master Duel to be played, as well as we're going to have the Jesse collab later as well. Plus, I don't know if I said that already, we have some new cards, which is what we're going to start with. We have new support. I mean, new. I think this is one of the cards that was out there or rumored a couple of days ago. But we have a new Argostars card that is supposedly pretty good, even though I haven't read it yet. But we have an Argostars rank 4 here. Argostars Courageous Arion. So we're going to take a quick look at it. Rank 4 Dark Warrior, 2200 attack, 2200 defense. It needs 2 level 4 monsters, so it is generic. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Once per turn, you can also Xyz summon Argostars Courageous Arion by using one Argostars monster you control. Transfer its materials to this card. Okay. My first question here is, do the trap cards that you summon out, they do count as Argostars monsters, right? So like, let's say you only draw the trap cards, but you don't have access to your monster, you can still do this? Okay, they count. If this card's Xyz summoned, you can add an Argostars spell from your deck to your hand. During the standby phase, you can detach 2 materials from this card, place up to 3 Argostars continuous traps from your graveyard face up in your spell trap zone. Okay. Ooh, okay. So as someone, I've said it before, I'm a fan of the Argostar concept. It seems very fun to me, although I'm obviously aware that it is definitely not good enough at this point before this card. I think this card does a lot for Argostars. So let's talk about it one by one. First of all, it makes your normal summon even stronger, right? Like if you draw your whatever it's called, Glorious Ardra, I think, is the normal summon for Argostars. If you draw that card, now you can just slap an Xyz on top of it and get an additional free search, so that's pretty neat. It also gives the deck a very, very big payoff card in the grind game, where like detaching 2 materials from it and then placing up to 3 Argostars in the graveyard face up in the spell trap zone is pretty good. The problem with that is you cannot do that if you overlay it onto one card, right? That way you have to make it with 2 level 4s, which you probably can in Argostars, but like it's not as simple to get this powerful secondary effect, which is good balancing, I feel like. It also, like you guys are saying, it does make the normal summon harder to hand trap, right? Let's say you normal summon the thing, they imperm it, you can still put this on top of it and create value, which is neat. I think the even more important part when it comes to Argostars is, though, it's a consistency option, right? Like, I think one big deal with Argostars, unfortunately, is the fact that it only really has the one normal summon in the deck, right? And if you don't draw the normal summon, you're kind of not doing much, right? Like, you're not really getting into your grind game, your card advantage machines and everything, right? Like, if you do this, instead, you can get into your spell, and I think the Argostars field spell is very important for the deck, right? Like, getting to the field spell is very essential. And this helps you do that even if you don't draw access to your main deck monster, basically. Even though you're going to have to, like, wait for it. Like, you're going to have to, like, set your trap cards, then flip a trap, and then overlay on top of it, but, like, still, it's fine. And then the other thing is, it would allow you, technically, right, to play a rank 4 engine in an Argostars deck. If you play an engine that allows you to make a rank 4... you can make this, and it's basically more starters for the Argostars deck. So that could help, obviously. So all things considered, a pretty good card, I think. Like, that is basically all that they could have asked for Argostars. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to make Argostars meta, but it's definitely much appreciated in terms of... as someone who liked the idea behind Argostars, basically, I think this is a pretty phenomenal card. Okay, is there anything else we need to take a look at in terms of new cards that they've announced? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Oh yeah, the new Kaiba man. What is that? Page 1. You have a Rarity Collection 4 box to open today? It hasn't arrived yet. It will arrive at some point in the next couple of days, and then we'll see it. There's a new card. There's new cards. Oh, here. Okay. We have... oh, okay. Official card game news from YCS Japan, Tokyo. We have... Gaia Stream, the Graceful Knight. Rank 6 Water Aqua. Materials 2+ level 6s. Once per turn, you can also Xyz summon Gaia Stream by using one rank 5 or rank 7 Xyz monster you control. Cannot be used as material for an Xyz summon the turn it was Xyz summoned. Cannot attack directly. Gains attack equal to the combined levels ranks of its attached materials times 200. At the end of the damage step, if this card battles, detach one material from this card. Sure. I mean, this would have been a pretty interesting card if it wasn't for this sentence, right? Like, I mean, the only purpose for this card would have been make a bigger Zeus. And because you cannot do that, this is pretty bad, I think, overall, all things considered. The only use case I can see for it, like, how big does it get? Let's say you make a rank 5. You put the Wind Gaia on top of it, right? And then you put this on top of that. That means it's gonna have 2400 attack. It's weaker, right? Like, you have a rank 5 under it and a rank 7. So that's total 12 times 200. That's 2400. Nah, this card's terrible. This card's straight up terrible. Plus the rank 5 materials. Oh, okay, sure. If you don't use the rank 5 effect and it has 2 level 5s under it, it's going to be... Actually, okay. That's 4400. because there's 2 level 5s under your level 5. Okay. Sure. Sure. It does take you a bunch of extra deck slots, but sometimes just making a big monster could be alright. It's still not a phenomenal card. But that does... I didn't realize it said level and ranks. I thought it was just the ranks of the materials. But okay. You make a rank 5. You put Gaia on top of it. You put this on top of it. It's a 400 beat stick. It loses some attack points after you attack. But like, if you need to get over some, like a... I don't know, a big unaffected Chaos Angel, but it is, you can destroy it by battle because it was only that, whatever. 42? No, it's 44. It's 22, like the level and rank totals is 22 times 200. It's 44. Yeah. It's not as bad as I thought, but it's also not great. Legend of Justice Kaiba-Man, level 1 light warrior tuner, 200 attack, 700 defense. You can only use the first effect once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can show 3 Blue Eyes White Dragon in your hand, deck, face-up field, and graveyard. Then special 1 Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand, deck, or graveyard. If you special summoned Blue Eyes White Dragon while this card's in your graveyard, except during the damage step, you can banish this card, add 1 Blue Eyes monster from your deck to your hand. Now, this card is funny to me because it is a really good card, technically. Because on normal or special, you get just to special summon a Blue Eyes, and it has a graveyard effect. So it's a 1-card level 9 synchro, plus it has a graveyard effect. But the fucked up part is that you have to now play 3 Blue Eyes White Dragon for it, which is just like super annoying because everyone who's been playing Blue Eyes already knows that like having to play 2 Blue Eyes is already kind of annoying, right? So yeah. Also, you cannot link this to Spirit. Wait, why not? It's a word. Oh, it's Dragon and Spellcaster. I was like, yeah. That's fair enough. Okay, but like, you can extra normal summon it with Mausoleum, right? Because Mausoleum is just level 1 light monster. Or does Mausoleum also... Mausoleum does not specify the type, right? You can just any level 1 light. Okay. Okay, so I guess the plan would be something along the lines of normal summon Sage, make the link with it, grab Mausoleum, extra normal summon this, and stuff like that. It means it's hard to search. No, I think Sage searches level 1 light, right? Sage of Eyes of Blue. Or Sage with Eyes of Blue. Yeah, add 1 level 1 light tuner. No, Sage can add it. Sage can add it. Yeah, the thing is, like, literally, I do not think this is good enough because it would make you play 3 Blue Eyes. That alone makes me not interested because I don't think the Blue Eyes deck needs this type of effect, like, really badly. Of course, it's a cool card, like, and it does give you extra, like, you know, free level 9 synchro plus adding a Blue Eyes monster is not bad. But then again, this does not add as much in the Blue Eyes deck, funnily enough, right? Like, adding a Blue Eyes monster is not that crazy in Blue Eyes, and here's why. It's because all of the really good Blue Eyes cards are not called Blue Eyes cards. They're called Of Eyes of Blue or Maiden of White. The good Blue Eyes cards are not called Blue Eyes. Like, this adds, in the current versions of Blue Eyes, it adds Blue Eyes White Dragon the vanilla. Everything else they don't play. So, like, not only do you have to put a 3rd vanilla Blue Eyes in your deck to play that card, you have to put more bad cards in your deck, like Blue Eyes Jet Dragon and whatnot, right? Like, they're already not optimal in Blue Eyes. Even though a lot of Blue Eyes enjoyers like to think otherwise, you don't need to play those cards in your Blue Eyes deck because it already has enough bricks in it. So really good card, but I think the engine requirements for it are something that's going to make Blue Eyes way too bricky. Is how I feel about this one. It is a really cool card though. Like also the artwork and everything, it's pretty nice. Prima Light, quick play spell card. You can only use one of the first and second effect of this card's name per turn and only once per turn. Activate one of these effects. Tribute an Earth Warrior monster, and if you do, special summon a Light Warrior from your hand or deck. Okay, what's the implications here? What is the implications? What is the... I mean, this is supposed to be like support for Cyber Prima, Cyber Etoile, and whatnot, right? But like, what's the... for actual Yu-Gi-Oh? You know, what are we doing here? Is there any deck that can really make use of this? Cyber Angels? Do you know what's funny about this? Is like... Cyber Angels... Are they warriors? No, they're fairies, right? Most of them. I don't know. During the main phase, immediately after this effect, normal summon warrior from your hand. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard, add a warrior or fairy cyber monster from your deck to your hand. Okay. Seems like if there is applications for it, it's not a bad card. But I can't think of any crazy good applications right now. Like, I can't think of a deck that runs like Earth Warriors and Light Warriors and would really like to tribute an Earth Warrior to get a Light Warrior. I'm not sure. Noble Knights would be interesting. Yeah, but like, does Noble Knight play a lot of Earth Warriors? I feel like Noble Knights these days is usually just in for Noble Knights, which are mostly fire. Don't know. Anyways, it's an interesting card. Yeah, kind of a mixed bag of announcements today. Some interesting cards, some kind of average cards, but it is what it is. Goki could have a cool combo with it. Oh, that is true. Gokis are Earth Warriors that have a graveyard effect, so tributing them wouldn't even be that bad. It's just a question of do you play any Light Warriors in that deck? You know, probably not. I don't know if there's like, is there even a good generic Light Warrior? Like, what's like a good generic Light Warrior card? I can't even think of one. I can think of a whole lot of good Dark Warriors, but I'm not sure what Light Warrior there is. That's like really nice. Neo Space Connector. Yeah, but Neo Space Connector is only on normal summon, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's only on normal summon. It's not a good special summon off of this. Visa Starfrost. Gen and Ken. Ooh, okay. Now we're talking. But like, yeah. All right. I like that. I like that this card gets you thinking. You know, that's the kind of card that I like. I'm not sure if any of that is like actually good, but you know, Toy Soldier. Toy Soldier is an okay option, but like, you're not gonna play a Toy Box engine in Goki, for example, right? Like, that's not something that makes sense. The Ripa Effect, thank you for your sub and your gift sub. And Brazo, thank you for the 7. Appreciate you. All right. That's the new cards that we had. Now, we're going to go over some TCG stuff that happened over the course. Actually, no, let's start with OCG. Let's start with OCG. They had a YCS on Saturday. Which actually was streamed. I tuned into the stream just for a little bit. I didn't catch much of it. When I tuned into the stream, the first thing that happened was Malice going first. Opponent activated Max C. Malice player activated Called by the Grave and won the game. So I turned off the stream. Anyways, OCG YCS results. For context, YCS Japan, because they are so big usually, in this case 5,000 participants, is a best of one tournament. So no side deck, and they're doing 9 rounds of Swiss with 5,000 people, meaning I'm pretty sure you have to go undefeated to be guaranteed in top 64. I don't know if 8-1 is even guaranteed in this kind of thing. And then a top 64 bracket. And it's all best of 1 from start to finish. And I'm pretty sure you have to go undefeated to be guaranteed. And then like 8-1, you have to have like good tiebreakers, I think. Anyways, Dragon Tail was the most represented deck in top 64, which is just following up on a trend that we've seen recently, with Dragon Tail being the most played and anticipated or most hyped deck currently in the OCG out of Justice Hunters. We have it followed up by Malice, we have it followed up by Tenpai, and we have it followed up by Yummy. And to nobody's surprise, if you host a best of 1 tournament, the 2 finalists are both on Tenpai. First and second place in this best of 1 tournament was Tenpai Dragon. Even though the top cut was not super dominated by Tenpai, it was definitely up there, but it was not the most represented deck in top cut. But ultimately, you're gonna play a best of 1 tournament in Yu-Gi-Oh at the moment. Tenpai Dragon is everywhere. Like, it's pretty solved in TCG and OCG for the most part. You know, Tenpai Dragon is not dominating the formats. We're gonna look at the metagame breakdown in a second as well, but just for quick context, you know, there's no Tenpai Dragon anywhere here in the overall metagame breakdown, because this is regular tournaments where they play best of 3. In this tournament, Tenpai. And when I looked at this deck list this morning, when I opened the page, I got a mini heart attack because they got 3 Kaimen still? You're telling me OCG has got 3 Sangan Kaimens? That's crazy. That is crazy. So yeah, this is the deck that won YCS Japan. I cannot imagine playing a best of 1 YCS with 5,000 people where you have to go undefeated and Sangan Kaimen is at 3. Imagine you, like, I don't know, you go like 7-0 and then round 8 your opponent just opens Maxi, you don't have an out, and then you just get Kaimened. Disgusting. Anyways, Tenpai first, Tenpai second. Magistus Dragon Tail got to top 4. Yummy got to top 4, so the new Justice Hunter archetypes definitely pulling up here, except for K9. K9 not super strong in this best of 1 tournament, it seems like. Did not perform super well, but got some new Magistus support here in Dragon Tail, which is looking pretty sick. We got some Yummy here, which is not using the Sky Striker engine, actually, which is surprising, but it is what it is. Well, the K9 cards, at least, they are showing up as like I think it's like a hand trap engine, right? Like the 2 level 5s together is like kind of like a gamma driver situation, which that has made its way into some decks, like in this one. But the deck itself, the K9 deck, is not super popular. And then Malice with the new Ad Ignister support is obviously still going very strong. Ryzeal is basically non-existent. Was there even a single Ryzeal here anywhere? No. There's like some White Forest here, some Atlantean, but no more Ryzeal at the moment in the OCG. So yeah, we're going to take a closer look at Malice post Alliance Insight, I think at some point this week, starting next week, because I do want to, like, this week I want to focus a little bit on the current situation at TCG, or like today, and then soon I want to start looking at Alliance Insight stuff, because that is obviously what's going to shake up the metagame again in the TCG for us and for national season as well. So we're going to take a closer look at what changes for Malice and Ryzeal and for the game in general post Alliance Insight. There's an Atlantean deck here still. They still play Bahamut Shark even though they don't have Toad. They play, like, they summon Lavirtue Dragon. White Forest is here, which is obviously still a scary deck to go second against. So like, I feel like in best of 1, it's pretty scary. It's a pretty good deck against Tenpai as well, I think, White Forest. That's why I feel like it was decent in a best of 1 environment. If you're expecting other people to play Tenpai, then White Forest, I think, is a pretty good shout. Malice, Yummy, Malice, Striker, Tenpai, Yummy. Yeah, and that's about it. That's about what we have for the YCS. It's always like, I understand why they're going for best of one in these tournaments. Logistically, like I get it. You know, your tournament is huge and it's only for one day as well. Like this is only on April 12th. This is only the Saturday. And you somehow have to find a winner out of 5,000 people. So it's like, I kind of get it. At the same time, the results I feel like are so skewed because of it. It's just so hard to evaluate what this means, because it is very, very different from any sort of Yu-Gi-Oh that's being played anywhere else, right? Like it's not the same as OCG because it's not best of 3. It's very different to Master Duel because the card pool is so different, and obviously we don't have the cards yet in TCG, and it's also not best of 3. So I don't know. It's very hard to evaluate this, but it looks like TLDR regular OCG format plus Tenpai is like is revived because of best of 1. Is all I have to say. So I think the more interesting part is to just take a look at the overall metagame in the OCG past weeks, which is this one, where it's just compiling deck lists from best of 3 tournaments, basically. And here we have basically the same picture minus Tenpai, right? It's still Malice, Dragon Tail, Yummy, some K9, Crystron, Blue Eyes, and White Forest. So like, that's the current OCG metagame, it looks like, if you're going to your local OCG tournaments or whatever. Well, let's take a look at, because this I'm interested in, particularly in Malice, because of course for our national season, Dragon Tail and Yummy are not going to be out yet, and K9. But Malice is going to receive these support cards very soon, so this is going to be very relevant for us. We're going to take a look at the current TCG format as well, because Malice was actually doing surprisingly strong on this past weekend in the TCG post-ban list. So it receiving even further support is quite something. So here we see Malice received a hit in the recent OCG limit regulation, with Malice P Dormouse being limited. Most players are replacing it with additional copies of Malice Chessy Cat to maintain the same amount of Malice monsters in the main deck. Dimension Shifter is the key card of this format, as both Dragon Tail and Yummy rely on the graveyard for their gameplay, and many Malice builds are now running it in the main deck. Wonderful. Retaliating Sea in the side deck is specifically teched against Dragon Tail. The activation of K2 Dragon Tail, Rahu Dragon Tail, and Polymerization all enable Retaliating Sea to be chained, causing the fusion materials to be banished instead of going to the graveyard, resulting in the Dragon Tail monsters to be unable to activate. Yeah. So this is something. Retaliating Sea appears to be a pretty good counter to Dragon Tail. So keep that in mind for when we get that deck. Artifact Lancia remains a key tech in the side deck against Malice, which continues to be a top contender in the new format. This is something that I'm going to take a closer look at in the upcoming days once we get to Alliance Insight. Because from what I've heard, once again, this is not me experiencing it firsthand. This is something I've talked to some people about Alliance Insight format. I think Pack also mentioned this in the recent podcast episode. If you haven't checked that one out yet, we had Pack on the podcast to talk about the current and upcoming format. And Pack said Malice, with the new Argostars support, actually doesn't care about Lancia anymore. At least not as much. So that is something we're actually going to have to look into. Like, maybe Artifact Lancia is not as good against Malice as it used to be post-Alliance Insight. But they're still using it in the OCG. Super Polymerization is a tech against Malice and Yummy. Mud Dragon of the Swamp in particular is very effective against Yummy, as their disruptions are targeting effects. Running instant fusion in the main deck to special Mud Dragon is a personal tech choice. Declaring and changing Mud Dragon to Dark makes it so Malice and Dark Link monsters become untargetable. Dimensional Barrier can be used against most of the format's top contender by declaring fusion against Dragon Tail, Synchro against Yummy, and Xyz against K9. Dimensional Barrier is a card that the more, like, I feel like we've, in the TCG, we have slowly but surely started to get rid of some of these cards that have just aged very poorly. And I think Dimensional Barrier is up on the chopping block next, potentially. Because, like, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I feel like it is more and more and more. It's getting like increasingly more important that decks have proper locks. Of course, like we know this, right? And like the more decks they make, like there's like it's basically I'm just noticing a trend where Dragon Tail is basically a deck that's very heavily focused on fusions. Yummy is a deck that's very heavily focused on synchros, even though it has some links in it. And K9 is obviously super focused on exceeds. So like a lot of new decks, in order to have them be balanced, quote unquote, they will focus on one summoning mechanic and sometimes even lock you out of the other summoning mechanics. And so D-Barrier just becomes increasingly more powerful and increasingly more toxic the more decks are in the game that basically function like Branded. You know, like Branded was one of the instances where like you are basically limited to only fusions. And that is a problem when D-Barrier is a thing. So I don't know. I think we got rid of stuff like Dweller. We got rid of stuff like we got Shifter to 1 at least. So I think D-Barrier is a potential contender for future ban lists. I don't know. It wasn't as popular this past format, which is why I think they didn't hit it now. But I could really see around the release of Justice Hunters, I could see Dimensional Barrier like at least going to 1 or something. Blackout Laughs is another option against Yummy by declaring Yummy Snatchy to shut down their whole game plan. Yummy Snatchy fetches the field spell, enables synchro summoning during the opponent's main and battle phase, and is also used as the tuner monster for synchro summoning the Yummy synchros. Okay. So they're not actually going into much detail in regards to Malice in particular, but I suppose Malice has been around for a long time, so nothing really, there's no fundamental changes to Yummy here, to Malice. They're just like replacing the Dormouse with more Chessy Cats, which, you know, it is at the end of the day just a consistency, so it's not going to make the deck weaker, except for less powerful. Just going to make Cheshire Cat or Chessy Cat instead to rely on some 2-card combos maybe. Not playing any Bestials at the moment in the OCG, which is interesting. Maybe also due to not much Fiendsmith here, right? Like they have some hits on the Fiendsmith engine already. So Fiendsmith is not as relevant as it is for us, which maybe like, I mean, Bestials and Malice are really nice in the TCG at the moment because they cover like both grounds, right? Anti-Fiendsmith and Extender, which I guess in this deck, they're just choosing to play the new March here instead. But yeah. Dragon Tail. Let's look at Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail is a new theme from deck build pack Justice Hunters based around fusions. We know this already. The fusion summon mechanic by default is negative in terms of card advantage, as it requires 2 materials and a fusion spell to fusion summon, turning 3 cards into 1. Dragon Tail recoups the card at disadvantage by having the Dragon Tail effect monsters have a graveyard effect that sets a Dragon Tail spell trap from deck when used as material for a fusion. And Dragon Tail Altherion's effect can also retrieve monsters from the graveyard up to the monsters used from hand. Dragon Tail takes 2 to 3 cards to start their plays, but would be able to quickly generate card advantage through their fusion summons. Dragon Tail Altherion could add any monster from the graveyard to hand and can also reuses hand traps such as Maxi or Lancia. A combo opening with Dragon Tail Lucius and a monster card is as follows. Normal summon Lucius. Lucius adds Femena from deck to hand. Femena is the one that you can discard to make a fusion, I think. Discard itself for cost. Dragon Tail on field plus monster in hand makes Altherion. Altherion adds Femena from graveyard to hand. Lucia's effect sets Rahu Dragon Tail from deck to spell trap. Activate Rahu Dragon Tail, which is, I think, their 50% branded fusion. Like 1 from hand, 1 from deck. Use the Femena in hand and Urgula from deck to make Dragon Tail Grammel. And then you get your traps from the deck, I think. Yeah. And then you use Urgula's graveyard effect to go to the bottom and add the Femena back to your hand. So like you have both trap cards, I'm pretty sure. Plus you have the quick effect fusion in hand, which is pretty neat. It's pretty efficient, you know. It's like, it's also considering under Fuva, this is just 2 summons, right? Just 2 draws because you just use your extra deck twice. And you could potentially stop after the first one if you wanted to. So that's neat. So that's what Dragon Tail is all about. I think it's just using it has a very decent amount of non-engine, and it's choosing to use those slots for monster hand traps. I think that's why this deck, for example, is not using infinite impermanence. So that you can, like, whatever hand traps you draw, you can add them back from your graveyard. Outside of like Fuva, that wouldn't make much sense to add back because you're gonna have stuff on the field. But like Ash, Bell, Maxi, Nibiru will eventually end up in the graveyard. Bestials will eventually end up in the graveyard, so like you can get them back. So that's neat. And then we have Yummy. Yummy is also a new theme deck from Justice Hunters based around synchros. The twist of being able to use Link once as a level 1 tuner. The Yummy effect monsters can special summon from the hand while you control a Link 1 or a level 2 synchro, allowing them to quickly amass on the field for their synchro plays. A combo opening with Cookie Yummy and a card is as follows. Normal summon Cookie, link Cookie into Snatchy, that's their Link 1 that gets them the field spell. Place Yummysment minion from deck to the field zone. Minion effect to special Cookie from Cookie from the graveyard. Snatchy plus Cookie make Cupsy. Wait, Cupsy? I thought Cupsy was the main deck monster. Oh, this is... Is there two Cupsies? Oh, Cupsy Yummy and Cupsy Yummy Way is a different card. Okay. Cupsy Yummy Way effect. Add Cupsy Yummy and Lollipo Yummy from deck to hand. Discard 1 card. Special summon Cupsy from hand. All right, dude, tell me what you... Okay, dude, I'm not reading 27 steps. Yummy. Dino Wrestler Pancratops in the side deck is a tech against Yummy. Special summoning Dino Wrestler Pancratops from hand does not create a chain block, and thus the opponent would not be able to respond with Herald of the Arclight. Or the Yummy Synchro Monster. Oh, okay, so Yummy... It seems like Yummy relies on like stuff to respond to your opponent is what they're saying. So like Pancratops is good because it doesn't start a chain. So you just put it on the field and run over their stuff. Attack over Arclight and then destroy Snatchy. Yeah. Evenly matched is a tech against Dragon Tail. The 2 Dragon Tail traps are good against monsters and spells. Most of the fusion monsters that Dragon Tail can summon are against monsters, so Dragon Tail does have a weakness to traps. Anti-spell Fragrance in the side deck to protect your board against the opponent's dark ruler. You know, I just want to say one thing. One thing I really like about this, and it goes past and what these decks do and how their decks are being played. I feel like it is a sign of a healthy Yu-Gi-Oh deck when the cards that people are using to counter it is like Pancratops and evenly matched. I feel like that tells you a lot about these strategies when it's not like, oh, against this deck, your outs, you have to play like, whatever, like infinite hand traps or dark ruler is the only way you can beat that board or whatever. I feel like when cards like Pancratops and evenly show up, it's usually not a bad sign in terms of the archetypes balancing. Because like, I'm not saying these decks are bad. Like most decks have weaknesses, but the weakness being evenly matched or the weakness being Pancratops is, it feels healthier to me than Lancia or something. They have 3 anti-spell. Dude, the OCG is the Wild West at this point. Or yeah, even though it's not in the West. Like, it's just friggin' everything's legal. Like, I played against a... Like you log into Master Duel and you don't open a hand trap and your opponent makes a board that is entirely banned in the TCG. Like all of his cards are banned in the OCG, and it's like in a lot of ways Master Duel and TCG are very similar in that regard. Master Duel and OCG rather. Okay, so K9 I think is quite easily the weakest out of the new decks, but it's still making a showing at like, what was it? 7% and 6% in Crystron. And then also some other people are using the K9 engine in other decks. So it's pretty cool still. K9 Crystron, let's look at that one. I understand roughly what pure K9 is about to do, but like K9 Crystron, K9 and Crystron have an interesting synergy that allows them to bridge into each other, creating a powerful, cohesive strategy that complements each other. K9 can bring out an early Ripper to negate the opponent's Nibiru before committing to the Crystron combo. Love that. When hit by the opponent's Maxi or Fuva, K9 Crystron can just play out of the K9 game plan, ending on Ripper and then using Izuna and Lupus to summon Nash Knight or Vimana on the opponent's turn. If the opponent has no response, then K9 Crystron would just play out the full combo. K9 provides a decent floor for the deck to pass on, while Crystron provides a high ceiling end board. Okay. That is a lot of steps. The end board consists of 7 disruptions. Ripper negates a monster effect that activates in hand or grave. Nash Knight attaches a face-up monster as material. Infinity negates a card. Dawndraxer negates a spell trap. Quarion Gondrax banishes up to 3 monsters. Cluster destroys 1 or 2 cards. Vimana negates a monster effect. Well, yeah, that seems pretty auto-win. That seems pretty auto-win. Dude, how? Hello? How many steps? Still less than 1 white for a starter. Fair enough. Fair enough. Conclusion. The early OCG format is dominated by themes from the deck build packs. Malice from Crossover Breakers is still a top contender, while Dragontail, Yami, and K9 from Justice Hunters have shown respectable results in the competitive scene. This is like a general thing. I mean, we've talked about this before, how powerful the deck build packs have become in terms of meta relevance, which in some ways I think is a good thing. It feels better to me when a deck build pack comes out for the decks to be like playable right out of the gate. I feel like it's bad if an archetype comes out and then it just requires more support before even being playable. On the other hand, I feel like right now in the OCG, it's almost only deck build pack archetypes, right? Like it feels like the core sets don't even matter that much. It feels like at the moment, the core sets are more just like add-ons to the deck build packs, right? It feels like the core sets have become the side sets to an extent, right? Am I the only one that feels that way? Because like at the moment, even in the TCG, right, we're playing Ryziel and Malice, and everyone like looking at Alliance Insight, we're just like, yeah, how does this impact Malice and Ryziel? Like, what's the support here for those 2 decks? What is the addition to Ryziel and Malice with this? Except for Fiendsmith, I mean, yeah, there's exceptions. It's just like an overall thing where you look at the breakdown, and for the most part, it's a lot of these deck build packs, which I don't know how to feel about. Technically, I suppose it doesn't really matter, because ultimately what matters is how is the format, what are the decks that are meta, and is that cool? Like, are the decks cool? Because if a deck is cool for the format, then I personally don't really care where it releases. It's just something I've been noticing. I feel like it's also due to the fact that, like, they are focusing a lot on legacy support, right? In main sets these days. Like, main sets, I feel like their main purpose is no longer to release a bunch of new decks into the game, but rather, like, have a decent amount of legacy support for... I mean, how many different archetypes are getting legacy support for in main sets these days? Like 10 different ones or more? So, and that's not a bad thing, right? I do like when they give us legacy support. And so the side sets are the ones where it's like, okay, here's the focus on new archetypes, right? Like every single deck build pack, we know 3 completely new archetypes are entering the game and are supposedly, currently at least, meta relevant right out of the gate. And I feel like maybe that's a good mix. Maybe that's a good way to do it, right? Like main sets give you a whole bunch of like a mixed bag, some legacy support, some support for existing archetypes that are currently meta, some new stuff, lore archetype as well, and then the deck build pack is like the bread and butter of new Yu-Gi-Oh archetypes, right? Maybe it's fine that way. Maybe it's not a bad thing. It's just something I've been noticing, rather. New lore about to come through and wrench, throw a wrench in this. I mean, that one remains to be seen, right? Like the new lore archetype, at least from the first wave, does not seem top tier. But of course, neither did Snake Eye. Snake Eye was also not top tier on the first wave, so yeah, I'm a little scared of that. Lore is cool. I agree with you. Lore is cool, but they still need to do some competitive balancing. So I'm scared. Can we watch Sunny's video on Dragon Tail? Is there another one? I'm pretty sure we've watched 2 Sunny videos on Dragon Tail. So I don't think there's another one. Well, okay. I'm pretty sure we've watched it. All right, so that's what's going on in the OCG at the moment. And now we're going to take a look at what is happening in the TCG. Now, first things first, I also played in a tournament this weekend. Not a major one, but I did play, I did go back to locals after a while, which I was pretty happy to finally do again. And I decided to bring something a little more experimental, something we've actually messed around with in Master Duel last week. And I decided to bring to bring my boy Summon Skull to locals. And I am happy to report that my locals has actually gotten a little bit more competitive, I feel like. You know, they started last year, so it's still a relatively fresh locals. But this time I went, and it was 4 rounds, and my matchups were actually quite solid new format testing. I played against Fiendsmith Malice. I played against Primite Blue Eyes. I played against one of the new Tachyon Galaxy deck, and I played against one Fiendsmith Bestial Tenpai. So actual meta decks for the most part, and I was happy to test against those. It was a lot of fun. I did end up going undefeated with Primite Fiendsmith is the deck that we've also played in Master Duel last week, and I'm going to go through it real quick and explain what's going on here, because, I mean, the Summon Skull, you might think it's a meme. I do think the deck is actually quite solid. It's not... I don't know if it's the best deck in the format. Probably not, but it was pretty fun to use. We'll talk about it. So, for the Primite, you play 2 vanillas. You play the White Duston, which is, of course... Let me get a little closer in here. Hold up. Yeah. White Duston, which is the only Light Fiend vanilla, as far as I'm aware of. I'm pretty sure it's the only one. So you have to play the proudest of them all to go into Fiendsmith with the Primite cards, and I'll show you in a second what exactly the lines there are. There's also a Summon Skull in here, and I will explain why the Summon Skull I feel like needs to be here, because of course having to play 2 vanillas is not ideal, but I'll tell you why I think the Summon Skull kind of needs to be here. And all you have to know up until this point is that it's the biggest level 6 Fiend vanilla. So that's why it's Summon Skull. It's not just Summon Skull because he's cool. He is cool, but there's other reasons for it. So the Primite engine, I decided to go with 3 Primite Ether Barrel, 3 Primite Lordly Load, 2 Drill Beams, and 1 copy of Primite Roar. Now... 2 copies of Drill Beam I think is particularly important in this deck, because this deck focuses very heavily on the grind game. And when you use 1 Drill Beam on the first turn, what happens is you have it in the graveyard, and on the second turn, obviously you're going to try to normal summon your Ether Barrel again, reset the Drill Beam from your graveyard. But if you get to another Lordly Load, you want to be able to search another Drill Beam to immediately activate, which is pretty neat. To be able to get into that loop where you can keep banishing a card on your turn and on their turn. And then Primite Roar is a card that you will not usually see in like the Primite Blue Eyes, for example. So let me explain that one real quick. This is basically unexpected die for Primite, for vanillas as well. Pay 2,000 life points, declare a normal monster card name. If you control no monsters, you can special summon that vanilla from your deck. So this is how the Primite cards can give you access to White Duston and perform Fiendsmith combo. And this is one of the reasons why there's also a Summon Skull in this deck, because Primite Roar has a secondary effect that says you can banish when your opponent, if your opponent normal summons a monster, you can banish this card from your grave. Target a normal monster you control or in your graveyard, banish a monster from the field with less attack than that monster. So, unfortunately, White Duston is weak, 0 attack. So with Primite Roar, in order to turn Primite Roar into a disruption, you need a vanilla with attack points. And since this deck is very grindy, it is very good if the Primite engine gets you to not only Fiendsmith combo plus a disruption. That's really nice. So like you need something with some attack points to be able to banish their normal summon with Primite Roar. So that is the Primite part of the deck. We'll get into that in a second, how that exactly works. And then of course there's a Fiendsmith package. Only one Lacrima because you want to normal summon your Ether Barrel if you can. 2 Fiendsmith Tract and 1 Fiendsmith in Paradise. Very simple. So the idea of this deck basically is that you ideally, in a perfect world, you draw access to both of your engines. But if you, as long as you see 2 engine cards, it's fine either way. So I'll show you what you do. Let's say if you just draw the Primite Ether Barrel, how you can go into Fiendsmith. So Ether Barrel will be your normal summon. It'll set a Primite spell trap from your deck, which will be the Lordly Load. You'll activate the Lordly Load, and that will give you the Primite Roar. And that's another reason to play multiple Drill Beams, by the way, is that if you only open Ether Barrel, you don't want to search the Drill Beam here. You want to search the Primite Roar, and that's why drawing the Drill Beam is actually nice. So that way you can like set up both. Like if you draw this is actually good because you have another target. And then because Primite Roar requires you to have no monsters on the field, you actually have to use the Ether Barrel's effect to send a normal monster from your deck to the graveyard. That's another reason why you need another vanilla, because if you don't have the Summon Skull, you have to send the White Dust on here to free up your board. And you would have to activate this and then chain the Primite Roar, which you could. But then you wouldn't get a vanilla send. So if you do play the Summon Skull, sending it here will give you a disruption later with the Primite Roar. Anyways, this is how you get into the White Dust on, and then you can do Fiendsmith from here, and then you can. If you draw either vanilla, you don't combo. No, that's not true. If you draw the Summon Skull, you go effect of this and then chain Primite Roar. It's fine. And if you draw Ether Barrel plus Dust on, you just normal summon Dust on. Either way, it's fine. Zoa is bigger. Yeah, you need level 6. Summon Skull being level 6 matters for rank 6 play with Engraver. But yeah, obviously we don't have to go about the Fiendsmith combo. You can do Fiendsmith off of the White Dust on here. And then you have Fiendsmith in rotation, which is a rank 6. It's Fiendsmith in Paradise and its follow-up. You have Primite Roar, which is a banish on their normal summon, off of just 1 card, which is pretty. That's like 3 disruptions off of 1 card. And obviously the deck plays a lot of non-engine. If you draw access to your Fiendsmith cards already, like let's say you have an Engraver or you have a Tract or anything of that nature, you don't have to search the Primite Roar. You can just search Primite Drill Beam and then do your Fiendsmith combo with your Fiendsmith cards and then have a Drill Beam on top of it, which is really nice. Usually you will make the Drill Beam live by using, at the end of your combo, you use Primite Lordly Load to call either White Dust on or Summon Skull to just have a vanilla out there for Drill Beam to be activatable, basically. So the entire idea of the deck is to just set up Fiendsmith combo and follow up, and Primite interruptions and follow up, and both of these engines are pretty good at doing that and are pretty good at having very like strong disruptions actually, and strong grind game as well. The big downside of this deck is these 3 right here. I feel like that is the one thing that I didn't love about this deck is, of course, sometimes you're gonna draw these cards. Now, depending on individual situations, drawing White Dust on can be completely fine. The deck overall, the deck overall has 6 normal summons. So if you draw White Dust on and no other normal summon, it's actually okay. You know, there's been a fair amount of games where I just like normal summon White Dust on and it's been okay. Drawing Fiendsmith in Paradise is basically the same as drawing Fiendsmith in Paradise in any Fiendsmith deck. If you can get to Desiree, it can be quite strong to have access to that card. Otherwise, it's not going to be great. And Summon Skull is the most annoying one to draw by far, because the only purpose of Summon Skull in your hand is essentially being able to activate Drill Beam. You know, like sometimes you draw a Drill Beam and a Summon Skull and you're like, okay, that's actually all right. You know, drawing the Summon Skull here is fine. The main reason why I think it has to be Summon Skull is in some lines, if you get disrupted, let's say you get bestialed on one of, like, let's say you start with Requiem into Lacrima, into Send Something, into Necroquip, and then you try to bring back your Engraver and it gets bestialed. You can use the Lordly Load to bring out the Summon Skull, which is a level 6 Fiend, and then you can make a rank 6 with these two. In some instances, because this deck plays a lot of non-engine and a lot of hand traps as well, sometimes when you do the Fiendsmith combo and you get to this point, you can also technically use the Lordly Load to get the Summon Skull and then make a rank 6 here. That way, you can keep the Necroquip on the board to draw an extra card on your opponent's turn when you use Ash or Effect Veiler or whatever, right? And so like that, sometimes that's neat. The majority of the time, I would make a rank 6 here though, and then I would use the Lordly Load to summon Skull because I wanted my Drill Beam to be live, right? Like that is the most common setup for this board is something like this. It's like a rank 6 Drill Beam, Summon Skull, and then like Lacrima, Fiendsmith in Paradise setup in the graveyard. That's like your situation. Which technically, does this deck just always get Nibiru? It is weak to Nibiru if your opponent holds it until the very end. The thing is, like, for the most part, people will Nibiru you before you get to make Caesar. So it's like it's a very advanced call. If it's like a newer deck in the format, you know, people won't hold they won't let you make the Caesar. The rest of the deck is just non-engine, which is basically the plan B if any of it gets interrupted. Even if you do get Nibiru'd on your combo, you know, you still have the Fiendsmith in Paradise plus your non-engine, which is quite substantial amount of non-engine. I actually decided against this deck can play Dominus Perch, which we were using Dominus Perch in Master Duel actually. For TCG, because of the, I mean, Fiendsmith is relevant in both formats. I decided to play Bestials and no Dominus Perch. But it's 3 Nib, 3 Veiler, 3 Ash, 3 Ogre, 2 Bell to counter some of the Cycle Readers that are going around, as well as some Bestials. I Belled a Cult by the Grave. I feel like Bell is just like one of the more versatile ones, even though it could be replaced. The list is 41 cards, because I didn't feel bad going slightly over 40 because of, you know, the vanillas in the deck. I didn't want to draw all the time. Even though, I mean, 41 doesn't make a huge difference. But yeah, I decided for some Bestials, just 4, 3 Imperms, and I still played the 1 Talents because I think Talents is pretty neat in this deck. It's very heavily focused on Fiendsmith. So if your like Requiem gets ashed, that is a fair like weak point of the deck. If you get Fuvad on your Fiendsmith combos, typically it's fine, but taking a look at their hand or trying to draw 2 into your Primite cards, which I think that's the biggest strength of this deck in the grind game, is having access to the Primite cards, right? Like the Fiendsmith cards are nice, but everyone is prepared for Fiendsmith, right? Like everyone's prepared for Fiendsmith at this point. You have to anticipate your Fiendsmith stuff getting ashed or bestialed or whatever. And that's when like the Primite grind game really comes in handy. Because Drill Beam is just like such a powerful card, right? Such a powerful card. So having Talents to try and draw, if they interrupt your Fiendsmith, trying to draw into Primite, I feel like was pretty neat. And then just in general, of course, hand trap control with Fiendsmith is a concept that's been out there. So I don't feel like there's much to explain here. All of these were solid. I think Bell is definitely the most niche one out of these. I just felt like I wanted more, but maybe you don't need Bell. But it feels like Bell has applications in pretty much any matchups right now, even though it is smaller applications, it does have applications. Mainly against Bestials sometimes, even though it's not great against Bestials because they get to keep them in their hand. Yeah. Extra deck is surprisingly tight, even though some of the cards I played you might not have to play. Requiem, Sequence, Agnum Day. I would love to be able to play 2 Requiem in this kind of deck, but wasn't able to fit it. Moon, SP. SP, one of the reasons why I didn't play Dominus Purge, because I felt like in a grindy deck like this, having access to SP at all times was very important. 2 Desirees, similar reasoning as to why I was using 2 Desirees in Fiendsmith Kashtira back in the day, so that if you summon one, you still have another one for Fiendsmith in Paradise. You could technically cut one, because you don't summon it very often, actually. Usually you go for a rank 6 instead. Necroquip, Caesar and Lars. I actually found myself going through multiple rank 6s in a game a lot, and so I played both. Both of these also do not work after Dominus Purge because they're water and fire, so that was another reason to not play Dominus Purge. Even without Dominus Purge, I still decided to play the Zeus package with M7 because I think that's a very powerful line to be able to add back a hand trap and then make a Zeus, or just make a 4 material Zeus. Technically, what's the other one called that you can play instead of this one? There's one, like some Lancer dude. I just didn't have it. I think that's like technically better than Gaia. It doesn't really matter, but I just didn't have the Lancer rank 7, like Dark Ray, Armored Lancer, whatever. There's like 5 cards called like that, but there's one that you can put on top of M7 that also does the same thing, but it's like, I think it's slightly stronger. I'm not sure, but most of the time you just make Zeus on top of it immediately anyways. And then Typhon and Chaos Angel, which are pretty mandatory in most Fiendsmith control decks, or all Fiendsmith control decks. 2 more reasons to not play Dominus Purge. Like, that's the thing. The extra deck is the one where I think Dominus Purge clashes the most in this deck. Like, not being able to make Chaos Angel, Typhon, Caesar, Lars, or SP, and not draw with Necroquip. Because I felt like there were other hand traps to replace the Dominus Purge, I decided against it. But obviously, Dominus Purge is still a really good card. If there was more Ryziel in the format, I would probably go Dominus Purge to have more answers to Duo Drive. But with, like, you know, Fiendsmith and stuff, Bestials are also pretty powerful. The side deck I just threw together. There's not too much thought into the side deck. I played through 3 Molt Charmies. I didn't want to main deck these because I felt like I did not want too many bad draws when I'm going first, because this deck does choose first. So, you know, you already have 3 cards that are not great to draw when you're going first. I didn't want it to be 6. So this is just for going second into some more combo heavy decks. 3 Droll Lockbird, because I was a little scared of some decks that go a little bit too crazy, like Mermail. 3 DD Crows. This should probably have been Cycle Reader or Fiendsmith Mirrors. But once again, I was very scared of decks like Mermail. I think Mermail is still pretty good, and at least DD Crow can be sided against Mermail, while Ally of Justice Cycle Reader cannot. So, you know, they sent like Dragoons for cost, and you just crow it, and then you hope that's enough. Or like Shadow Squad or whatever they go for with their first thingy. That's why it's not more Bestials or Cycle Reader, is because I wanted this for it. Also covers decks like Fire King. I do think DD Crow is a very strong card at the moment because it has coverage against Fiendsmith decks, and it has coverage against the decks that are trying to play around Fiendsmith. Like a genuine reason to play decks like Fire King or Mermail at the moment is because of how popular Bestials are, and so DD Crow kind of catches those decks. And then I wanted Solemns for going first. To just replace whichever I thought the weakest non-engine in the matchup was. Like, if I'm going first and I think like, oh, Bell or Ghost Ogre or Nibiru or Bestials are not that good in a matchup, I wanted cards that I can always side going first, basically. And that was Solemns for me. So nothing too fancy with the side deck here. No crazy tech cards or anything like that, but it did its job. It was fine. Yeah, matchups. I beat I beat Tachyon in round 1. I had Nibiru game 1, and then they played into a Fuva game 2, which gave me enough cards to break their board. I beat Blue Eyes with a pretty clutch Ghost Ogre on the True Light. I beat Malice, even though I lost game 1 against Malice, because dude, Malice just felt like pre-banless, dude. Malice just opened normal summon plus Bestial like 3 games or something. But my hand traps were good enough in game 3. So I was like, game 2, Malice actually cannot break this deck setup. Like, I was like, my end board was like Caesar, Drill Beam, Roar in the Graveyard, Paradise setup, and like 2 hand traps or something. They just couldn't break it. And then game 3, I had the right hand traps for it. Which, funnily enough, I think I would have lost game 3 if Link Decoder still existed, because the only reason they couldn't play through my hand traps was because they didn't have a free body at some point. That definitely felt relevant in that game. And then for the last round, I played against the Tenpai, the version, like the Fiendsmith Bestial Tenpai deck, which was pretty close. It felt pretty close to a mirror match, because they're trying to do the same thing, right? They're trying to do the same thing where it's just Bestial and Fiendsmith control, but I think my secondary engine was just better in the grind game, right? Like my Drill Beam grind game was just better than Tenpai grind game. How do you use Roar against Malice? Just take out the once per turn? I mean, because Roar can only trigger on a normal summon, right? You don't really have much of a choice for it. You just have to use it on when they normal summon. So yeah, you do take out the normal summon. Like, they went like normal summon Dormouse. I banished it with Roar. They brought it back, but then when you banish it again, they can't bring it back. I think I even Drill Beamed it after. It was basically I traded my Primite cards for their Malice normal summon. Like Roar from Grave, banish the Dormouse, it comes back, activates effect, I go Drill Beam, it's banished forever. That's what I think. That's what I did. And then they had to play the rest of the turn with only 2 Malice names, and the body was also gone, which was pretty good. So yeah, so that's the deck. Very fun concept, actually. Solid going second because of all the hand traps. The setup going first is not bad. Has pretty strong grind game. I enjoyed it. Only downside, once again, is sometimes you have to deal with drawing these cards, which depending on the hand can be quite awkward. Other than that, I enjoyed it a lot. Had a great time back at locals. And yeah, I mean, would recommend. Fun deck, I think. That was my locals experience past weekend. I'm excited to go again. I'm not sure what I'm going to try next time. Might even tinker with this deck even more. It was the kind of deck where I really like it. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to fare post-Alliance Insight, because I think, like, from what I've heard, hand traps become a lot worse against Malice post-Alliance Insight. But at the moment, it felt quite solid. It was like, basically, the reason why I liked it was because I had one issue with Fiendsmith control previously, which was like, sometimes your end board did not feel strong enough. Like, if it was just a rank 6 and just a, basically just a rank 6 and Paradise felt very breakable. If you add Primite, Roar, and Drill Beam to it, though, it becomes a lot less breakable. Like, because Drill Beam also beats all the board breakers, right? Like, Drill Beam beats Talents or Thrust or whatever, which is really nice. So it kind of, like, gives the deck a higher ceiling. And it also gives you more plays if your opponent interrupts the Fiendsmith cards, right? Like, if your opponent ashes the Requiem and you're playing pure Fiendsmith, you're like, well, okay, that's my turn. I'm just going to have to hope my hand traps are enough, right? But if you draw Primate cards, even though it's just a Drill Beam, right? Drill Beam is such a strong disruption. Like, you get ashed on Requiem and you go normal summon Ether Barrel, get Lordly Load, get Drill Beam, you're set up for a grind game, and you have the Drill Beam disruption plus some hand traps. It's not trivial to play through. So that deck was actually better than I thought it was. And yeah. What do you usually do if you draw just Lordly Load? It depends on your hand. I had one game where I went first with Lordly Load, and it was like, I activated Lordly. It was Lordly Load and 4 different hand traps. It was Lordly Load, I think Ghost Ogre, Nibiru, Bell, imperm, right? And I normal summon, I activate Lordly Load to add a Primite card, and my opponent like thinks about it. So I'm like, okay, they probably have Ash, right? So if I go and add Roar right now, they probably just Ash it, and I'm like out of stuff, right? I can't really do that much. Which is technically not even true. Like technically, if they Ash your Primate Roar, the cool thing about Lordly Load's drawback is if you summon a vanilla with Lordly Load, the drawback is you cannot activate the effect of special summoned monsters for the rest of the turn, right? So let's say they Ash your Lordly Load and you activate Lordly Load Summon White Dust on, you can still make the Requiem. You can't use the Requiem right now, but you can make it. So on your opponent's turn, you can still tag out with the Requiem into Lacrima, into Paradise. So it's still a disruption, even if they Ash your Roar, which is neat. Or you can summon Skull, and then the Roar is a interruption as well. Anyways, because they thought about ashing the Lordly Load, I decided to add Ether Barrel and just go Ether Barrel, Drill Beam, Lordly Load summon Skull, and then 4 hand traps. So my setup was 4 hand traps plus Drill Beam. So I was like, I felt pretty safe with that. Yeah. So that was my experience with the first weekend of the current format. I enjoyed it a lot. I think it was a pretty good time. Let's take a look at what other regions or other tournaments had going on. I checked with YGO Pro Deck this morning. They have a list of a bunch of regionals that happened. Not all of this information is complete, but we're going to have a pretty good overview of what's going on in the TCG. And at the end, we're also going to take a look at the French Open, which happened and had over 800 players. Obviously, it was won by Dinka Bui, as most of you probably already know, who should be pretty good in terms of the Worlds race at this point because of this as well, which is nice to see. But we're going to take a look at the results of that later. I've already opened up some of the bigger regionals in extra tabs here. So we've got the Aurora regional here with over 600 duelists, or approximately 600 is what it says, which was won by White Forest Fiendsmith, with some toy cards in it as well. So that's an interesting look. Overall, though, my first impression, because I was also checking out the stream of the French Open a little bit. You know, the event was streamed, all 10 rounds, and there was a lot of malice. There was a lot of malice in the French Open stream, and the same picture is in these other tournaments here. We have half of top 8 in the Aurora Regional was malice decks. I will say, from what I've seen, a lot of malice decks are using Bestials now and Fiendsmith. So to an extent, it feels more like a malice splash in like Fiendsmith Bestial overlap. It's kind of like how people have been using Tenpai in what's it called in Fiendsmith Bestial. It's like, at least you have a plan if you don't draw your malice cards, right? Because that's, I think, the thing you have to worry about the most at the moment is like, you have 2 Dormouse, 2 White Rabbit, 2 Field Spells. What if you don't draw your starter, right? So what they do is they play like Fiendsmith and Bestial, so you can still have like the Fiendsmith Bestial backup plan, right? And so that was seemingly still a pretty good concept this weekend. It felt pretty strong. It felt pretty strong when I played against it at locals. Fiendsmith Malice. It was also Fiendsmith Malice that I played against with some Bestials, so it still feels scary. It seems like that is currently the deck to beat, I want to say, cautiously, but ended up being White Forest here that won. Which obviously White Forest has not been seeing as much play. Is still I think it's a pretty strong deck still. Has some issues with Molcharmies, but other than that, it can set up some trap cards in like few summons sometimes. Pretty explosive deck using Fiendsmith cards here as well, and toy cards. And of course, the existence of Magistus Chorozo is a pretty big deal for is a pretty big deal for White Forest because I think it turns Dia Bellstar into full combo. I think without that, it wouldn't be. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what the line is off of Dia Bellstar, but I think you can now get into the White Forest combo off of Dia Bellstar, which previously wasn't possible. It's like Dia Bellstar into Deception, tribute a monster from your hand, I think. Then you summon Murcielago, you add Wanted, or Sinful Spoils of the White Forest. I'm not sure which one you add. Then you do Fiendsmith. And then isn't Chorozo a tuner? No, it's not a tuner. Where do you get the tuner from in that equation? You add LZ. Oh! That's what it is. You add... It is... Yeah, it doesn't show as a tuner here, which confused me, but I'm pretty sure it is a tuner. Yeah, then... Okay, yeah, no. The Murcielago adds the LZ, and then you go Fiendsmith, and when Fiendsmith is equipped with the Link monster, you can turn it plus a spellcaster into Chorozo. Oh no, you don't go Fiendsmith. You just make it with the Murcielago and the Dia Bellstar. You don't need to go Fiendsmith, yeah. Yeah, because it's a fusion plus a Dia Bellstar, yeah. And then, because it's a tuner, you now have a way to synchro with the LZ. So that's how the LZ gets you into your stuff. Yeah. You make the Silvera, you make the Arciela, and then you have your White Forest combo without a normal summon. And you still have the Omni from... No, actually you don't have a Sinful Spoil, right? At this point. You'd need to add a Sinful Spoils of the White Forest later to still get the Omni from Ilia Sylvia, right? You can probably do that though. Yeah, LZ gives you that. Yeah, so you get the Omni a little bit later than usual. So, but you can't protect your stuff early with it, but you get it later. Yeah. Shout out to Fiendsmith Sank No Lurie budget list. I suppose, but I've actually heard some people like discuss this recently because it's just less deck space and technically less bricks if you don't have a normal summon for Lurie. I've heard some people talk about playing Fiendsmith without Tracked and without Lurie just to play Sanct. It also does play around Droll and Lockbird. Like if you activate Engraver and add Sanct, there is some merit to it. There really is some merit to it. I think Sanct is just significantly worse going second, but going first, it's fine. And if you just go into Fiendsmith via Closed Moon, then it doesn't matter that you play Tracked, right? It's a psyop to tank the Tracked stonks. I mean, I suppose it would be nice if Tracked was cheaper, but it is a genuine option. It is a genuine option. No Ash Blossom? Look, I didn't make the deck. No Ash Blossom seems weird to me, but at the same time, I said the deck is weak into Fuva a little bit, but on second thought, White Forest is probably okay into Fuva. Because you can set up like Woes, Morian, maybe Sinful Spoils of the White Forest as well, under in 2 draws or something. Like, it's not that bad. I think it's not crazy to play Sanct over a copy of Tracked in a deck that plays multiple. Conflicting with Bystials and Nib is the biggest issue. Yeah, like in some decks, you certainly could play a Fiendsmith Sanct, yeah. But it's like a lot of, because Sanct has that awkward restriction where you can only control Light Fiends, it does really conflict with Bystials and Nibiru, which are in a lot of decks at the moment. So yeah. Maybe, who knows? Maybe it is a budget decision. Maybe it is a budget decision. Which would be understandable, to be honest. You know, it would be understandable. Just say like, yo, you know what? I'll play the Sanct, no tract, it's fine. But yeah, that is the White Forest deck that won the Aurora regional. We had another regional here, which was a little bit smaller, approximately 300 duelists. That one was won by Blue Eyes. Unfortunately, there's no list here, but Blue Eyes is actually first and second in this one, and the most represented deck in top 8 here. I think this is the only regional that I saw that had no Malice in top 8. The only regional in top 8 that had no Malice, and it had 3 Blue Eyes and 2 Christrons, which is pretty cool to see. Crystron is a deck that I still want to learn myself. I haven't really gotten around to it yet, but it is a deck that I want to get familiar with for national season, and probably going to take a look at it soon once all the cards arrived for it. I ordered all of them on Card Market, but I don't have everything here yet. But eventually I'm going to try and learn Crystron. Yeah, the deck seems pretty solid, actually. I think, like, it's not super well represented, but it's still doing pretty well, I would say. And then, of course, Blue Eyes is one of the biggest decks after the ban list, I would say. It's like, in some ways, I feel like it hasn't lived up to its hype yet. And at the first weekend, it won this regional, but I think at the French Open, it was not super well represented, if I remember correctly, but we'll see. Blue Eyes is definitely strong. I think what I realized this past weekend is I personally think the biggest reason why Blue Eyes is so good is the Primite cards. The Blue Eyes engine is solid, but I just think it so happens to be one of the best shells for the Primite cards, which are just phenomenal Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Like Primites are just so good. To the point where sometimes if you play against Blue Eyes and they don't have access to the Primite cards, yeah. I don't get why Blue Eyes Primite and not Primite Fiendsmith. I mean, the Primite Fiendsmith deck is just not really, hasn't really been out there. I mean, I've seen some people playing it, but not like to great extents. Stark Redox time. You can play more copies of Primite by using Redox. Yeah, that's true. If you can get it banished. That's very funny if you did that. But yeah, Blue Eyes is obviously pretty strong. The deck hasn't changed post-ban list, so we don't really have to talk about it too much. There was a remote duel regional with about 200 duelists, which had Memento doing well again, which is obviously this deck is to be expected at the moment. It's a pretty strong deck, I would say. Memento is also a deck I want to mess around with at some point. It's pretty strong. As well as Odeon Fiendsmith getting a second place at the remote regionals, which is also pretty cool to see. This deck is, I think, a force to be reckoned with in the upcoming format. I also know that I think Dinka and Ben going to the French Open were considering a version of Odeon. I don't know exactly which one they were going to play, but ultimately they both decided for other decks, but it is definitely an option. Dominus Purge plus Fiendsmith plus Odeon is a pretty solid package, I think. I do like this deck, and it was able to get second place at this regional. Then we had the Greek Open happen in, Greece. And that one was pretty dominated by Bestial Malice Fiendsmith, the deck I was talking about earlier. 3 out of the top 4 in this tournament were playing Bestial Malice Fiendsmith, which, funnily enough, is even labeled as a Bestial deck here. There's no lists here, so I don't know the exact ratios, but it really seems like, I mean, you have 8 good Malice starters, right? You have 2 Dormouse, 2 White Rabbit, 2 Underground, 1 Gold Sark, and 1 Terraforming. So you have 8 Malice starters, and then you're just playing Bestial Fiendsmith with some Malice engine requirements. You were a doubter when you watched PAX list post-ban list. I mean, yeah, I suppose. I mean, it's just like I wouldn't play it because I don't like it that much, but it does seem like a fine concept. Because like, worst case, I suppose you're playing Bestial Fiendsmith if you don't see any of your Malice cards. And then best case, you're playing, if you draw your Malice starters, then you're just playing Malice as if it was pre-ban list. It has less room for non-engine. But I mean, Bestials do kind of make up for that if you're playing against the right matchups. It's a lot more Malice cards than Bestials. Yeah, I think it's probably more of a Malice deck than a Bestial deck, but whatever. The Malice deck is way less FTK. It's very good going first, but the end board feels like you still play a bit. Yeah, to be honest, I haven't really, like, because I played my Primite Fiendsmith deck, and when I played against Malice, I didn't let them full combo, right? Because I was playing so many hand traps. But there is a world where you could argue the Malice end board is not that crazy anymore. The thing is, if you mix it with, like, Fiendsmith and Bestial, it can still potentially get pretty crazy, right? Because, like, they're not going to do just the Malice combo. Depending on their hand, they're also going to do Fiendsmith and, like, Regained and search, like, an extra Bestial to their hand. So it's, like, Malice Disruptions plus Paradise plus rank 6 plus Regained plus Druid's Worm in hand or plus Baldrake in hand. And at that point, it becomes pretty unbeatable. It's like the same thing that happened with Fiendsmith Ryzeal, right? Like, Ryzeal endboard in a nutshell was okay, or like in a vacuum, rather. With the Ryzeal endboard was fine, but if you added Fiendsmith combo to it, suddenly it was probably a little bit too much. And I think the same is true here. Like, this sort of that's why they're also playing it as a hybrid. Like, I feel like the individual pieces add up to something that's more just it adds up to more than the sum of its pieces, type deal. But yeah, that deck is still going pretty strong. And now we're going to take a look at the results from the French Open, which was the biggest tournament that happened this weekend. Dude, the Opens, sometimes they feel like they really do feel like major events to an extent. Like 10 rounds, dude, 800 duelists, that's crazy. French Open was won by Dinka Bui on pure Fire King again, which to an extent does not surprise me because it is Dinka Bui and Dweller also got banned. On the other hand, this is the only showing that Fire King had in all of these tournaments we've just looked at. It's just this one top of pure Fire King, which is obviously a deck I absolutely adore. I love the pure Fire King deck. I'm so happy it worked out for a Ka at the French Open, going undefeated. And like to an extent, I mean, you gotta give it to pure Fire King, right? Like, it's a good deck. It was capable of winning a YCS before Dweller was banned. So who's really surprised that the deck that has received no hits is now winning when Dweller is banned? Like, I don't know. This deck's fine. And that is cool. You know, I think this deck's only issue now is like consistency somewhat, right? Like, whenever I was watching a Ka feature, he was just like, you know, I'm a normal summon Olkinix. People forget how to play Yu-Gi-Oh versus Dinka. It's insane. I mean, but dude, that just means the better player won, right? So you can't really complain about that. Other than that, we have a Ryzeal top 4 here, which I would love to see exactly how they're using the Ryzeal deck post ban list. We have an Odeon in top 8 as well. The craziest part about this tournament was that Snake Eyes was in the finals, which was basically like I was like, I didn't watch the entire stream of the tournament, but like when they were writing in the team chat that Dinka was about to play the finals, we were just like watching the finals together on Discord. And I tuned into the stream and it's just like Dinka is up against Snake Eyes in the finals. And I'm like, what is going on there? Why is there a Snake Eye in the finals of the French Open? And then it turns out it was just basically, it's kind of like the best way I can describe it is just like it felt more like good stuff flop pile than actual Snake Eye deck, because I mean it was a Snake Eye deck. They were playing like Ashes and Poplars and Bonfire and Divine Temple and even the other Snake Eye quick play spell, and it was like Diabellstar Wanted, Azamina, Kashtira cards as well, which I think like that is a big question for this current format in the TCG. I wonder if it's going to remain for post-Alliance Insight, but Kashtira versus Bystial seems to be a huge question at the moment in the current format. I have already seen the Snake Eye list, Jordan. I've already watched it earlier this morning because I was interested in it. Kashtira cards seem very powerful right now into this format, because Kashtira Unicorn is basically a game-winning card against both Malice and even like the remainder of Ryzeal, but also against Fiendsmith, right? Like most of the Fiendsmith decks only have room for one Requiem. So you Kashtira Unicorn that card, the entire Fiendsmith engine falls apart. You Kashtira Unicorn, Malice Whitebinder, dude. Or like, even better, if you're going first, let's say you special summon Unicorn and you start comboing next to it. Your opponent hand traps you. You look at your opponent's extra deck. It's Fiendsmith Malice. Okay? You take the Requiem on your turn. Or you take the Whitebinder on your turn. And then on your opponent's turn, they start playing into your Unicorn. You take the other part. And so basically, you open Kashtira, they play without Whitebinder and without Fiendsmith. That's insane. Same thing with Ryzeal. You notice you're playing against Ryzeal, take away the detonator, it's at 1. The entire deck, I feel like, falls apart. You haven't won on the spot, but it's pretty freaking likely you're gonna win. So, and then going second into Ryzeal, it's the same kind of deal where if they make detonator and you have Fenrir this time, not Unicorn, the detonator is exposed, right? If you can banish it face down, it's also banished forever. So they have to play really carefully around that Fenrir. So the Kashtira cards are phenomenal right now. The problem is they clash with some other really popular cards in the format. They clash with Nibiru, they clash with Bystials. Bystials is the more important one. Where like, because so many people are playing Fiendsmith, so many, like you are so inclined to play, you're so inclined to play Bystials, right? And like, that is a little bit of anti-synergy. Of course, also Kashtira cards take up a lot of space in your deck. Like that, if you play a big Kashtira engine, that's like 8 or 9 cards that that just are not available for non-engine or whatever. So I don't know, it's interesting, but like the Kashtira cards are really something that, you know, really, really powerful engine. And I think that was my takeaway from watching the Snake Eye deck play in the finals of French Open. We can actually, you know what? We can take a quick look at the finals of the French Open if I can find it real quick. Because I thought it was an interesting thing. It's not going to be a blind react, because obviously I did watch it yesterday. But I did feel like it was worth pointing, it was worth checking out. Hold up. Yeah, literally pre-watched. We can speed it up a little bit. Hold up. When does it start? Oh, that's game 2 already. All right, yeah. So it's Dinka on the bottom versus Rico on Snake Eye here. Let me put it to 1.5. I just felt like in both of these in these games, the Kashtira cards could have really made a difference. Because I think at least in game 1, I'm pretty sure Rico does not have a Kashtira card, but it could have definitely made a difference. So we go Prosperity for 6. Last card revealed is the Olkinix, which I'm not sure if we needed that or not. May have already had it. No, we need the Olkinix. Okay, so. Hard draw Island. Pops the Olkinix. I forgot TCG still has Prosperity. It's at 1. It's at 1. Onyx to search either Skyburn or the Continuous if you want it. We're going to get the Sanctuary. Why did you not do this open? It was very far away from where I live. And that's the end board of Pure Fire Kings, everybody. We're done. That's the combo. I love that deck, dude. All right, standby phase. The Garunix is going to come back. That's going to destroy the Promethean Princess and the Ponix. We don't have to bring back the Garunix here. We're going to have another option later. And this is where I was like, you know, maybe a good Snake Eye hand can break this. So we start with Fiendsmith. I think we have to, isn't it mandatory? No, I mean the other Garunix. We don't have to bring it back yet because it's going to be able to be triggered later. So this engraver will force some sort of disruption, and it's the Druid Worm here, which is really nice. That's going to stop it from forcing out the it's going to stop it from forcing out the fire from the field. Speaking of Bestials, I think that was one of the main reasons why the Fire King deck was successful this tournament, is because Bestials were super popular, and Bestials are just super ass against the Fire King deck. That is like genuinely one of the main reasons to play like Fire King or Mermail at the moment, is like so many Bestials around. I felt like, from what I've seen. I haven't watched every single round, but it felt like every single round I was watching, there was a Bestial on the board. Ooh, looks like we go Talons to take. Trying to get rid of the only fire monster. That's prompting the Skyburn. And now we're going to use the Garunix. If this gets called by the grave, it'd be pretty awful, but it won't. Crystron also ignores Bestials? Yeah. Yeah. It's just a, but that's a sort of thing that is a meta development kind of thing. If like, if people now realize, okay, everyone's playing Bestials, let me play some less Fiendsmith, let me maybe play a deck that's immune to Bestials, and then people are going to go down on Bestials again. Like, That sort of stuff is always a meta trend kind of thing. I guess we did not know about this. Ooh, bonfire. All right, that card's limited. There comes one of the 2 copies of Snake Eye Poplar. I cannot understand how Fire King is able to go 10-0 in this environment. It's really impressive. I don't find it that I think Fire King, I guess the one thing to be surprised about is like you do need to draw consistent hands across 10 rounds. Because the deck is a little inconsistent. So that's the only thing I'd be worried about. Consistency issues. But once again, you're playing best of 3, right? So like if as long as you can win all or most of the games that you don't brick in, if you brick 1 game in a match, you're still fine, right? No consistency issue if you watch Ka, it's always Volcanics. Yeah. Yeah. Another thing, funnily enough, that also applies to Fire King and Mermail is the fact that I think Dominus Impulse is a really good card at the moment. Right? I'm pretty sure, I haven't asked Ka for the list yet, but I think he main decked Dominus Impulse. And Dominus Impulse is very good against Malice and a lot of other decks. Is Impulse ever a bad card? I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Ka main decked it for YCS Birmingham, right? Because there was like too much Ryzeal and it wasn't that good against Ryzeal. I'd be surprised if it wasn't in the main deck in this deck though. Dude, the Fire King interruptions are so layered, dude. It's so beautiful. The Snake Eye deck is holding up quite well though, to be honest. Like the Snake Eye deck is not a terrible showing for the Snake Eye deck here. Of course, they did draw Bonfire, which is a one-of, but pretty neat. Considering we drew no non-engine so far, basically. I mean, they haven't. That was a thrust, but before using Field Spell, he was supposed to go Anima, then use Field Spell. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was in this exact moment. I was thinking, why don't we link off the Poplar to get the Oak in the Spell Trap zone, and then we can bring that back with Temple, so we can tag out into Flamberge. I was thinking exactly that. But I don't think it makes a difference. Yeah, I can move over. I guess that must be the reason why Rico decided to play Thrust in this deck as well, right? Because going second, it's more copies of Bonfire or Talons, right? Which is actually a pretty good reasoning, I think. Like this deck, the difference between having access to Bonfire when going second or not is really good. It can also be Fiendsmith, yeah, because of Tracked. Rico might have played blind second Snake Eye. He did that at the 3v3 in Birmingham. See, I don't know who won the dice roll in this game. But what I do know is that game 2, he is going to send him first, which I thought was surprising, but I mean, yeah, but now it's just game, right? But it is worth noting that like Rico got kind of close in this game, right? It was basically all of the Fire King interruptions. It was Skyburn, Arvata, Sanctuary, Promethean Princess, Garunix, Kirin Pop, everything, right? Plus Valor, plus Druis Worm. And we got kind of close. We got kind of close. Also funny that the French Open had a finals consisting of 2 German-speaking people. Yeah, I mean, I think Rico is from Switzerland, but it is, yeah, I'm pretty sure they just spoke German in the finals of the French Open, which is funny. So yeah, that's Dinka winning game 1, and then for game 2, this was surprising to me because it was like Rico made him go first again, and of course we draw Volcanics. Why'd he send them first? That's something you gotta ask them. I don't know. But they were playing more of a board breaker approach to Snake Eyes, so maybe that's why. Maybe they didn't want to get hand trapped and pass and then have like no backup. Rico's deck is pretty weak to Charmies. Yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunate that this is essentially pretty much the best end board that Dinka's deck can make. And even though it's not that great, like look at this setup, dude. We have managed to get Promethean, Arvata, Sanctuary Island, Skyburn, double Kirin in hand, and Garunix in the graveyard. Like this is the dream for this deck. Plus, we can now Prosperity for whatever the best non-engine is that we get off the top. Which is probably just going to be the Valor to play around like Duster. I mean, not I know it's the Valor. I watched it. Just showing hand is crazy. No, it was all cards that Rico has seen him add. So it was just like Rico asking, like, what did you add off the Ponix? And he just showed him all the cards because he knew all the cards anyways. It was like the Island added a Kirin, Sunlight Wolf added a Kirin back, and the Ponix added the Skyburn. So it was all known. And at this point, I felt like we were in a call together watching this, and like when Ka made the board, I was like, if Rico has a solid plan here for going second, then maybe it's doable. Because I was thinking about like, I think Evenly Matched is not a bad card in this format. Like, I think Evenly Matched is fine. So I actually don't remember Rico's side deck. I watched the profile, but I don't remember the side deck. An Evenly Matched here would have gone incredibly hard. That would have potentially cooked Ka if we had an Evenly here. And the starting with Engraver here is a pretty bad sign for Rico, because it basically means there's no Evenly. Of course, there can still be Thrust and Talons and stuff like that, but Evenly I felt like was the potential best answer to this board. And going Engraver first, of course, you don't have Evenly. So that's the thing. Is Evenly is not even that broken here. Even it's funny, but like Evenly, you still have Kirin in hand to pop another Kirin to destroy a card, to bring back the Garunix, to do your thing. Like I feel like Evenly was like a necessity here. Have you met Dinka in person? Yes. This once again was like an instance where I thought to myself, like, if we start with a Kashtira card here, not necessarily Unicorn, but Fenrir is not bad into this board. Threatens the Arvata, threatens the banish on the princess, you know, like Fenrir would have been pretty good here. So when tier list? I didn't want to make a tier list before Alliance Insight. We're gonna take a deeper look at Alliance Insight, I think, at some point this week. Because I honestly, personally, I can't really wait for like nationals and stuff. Like this TCG ban list has got me so hyped for the game that I just want to get going with like national prep and stuff. So we're gonna take a look at Alliance Insight soon, and then I want to make a tier list post Alliance Insight. I don't want to do a tier list for this one. I have a YouTube video coming out today or tomorrow, depending on when the editor is done with it, where it's a discussion of like winners and losers of the ban list, like the ban list aftermath thingy. That's basically that for right now. I'm rendering it right now. Oh, okay, perfect. Good. Probably gonna have it up today then. So that is the that's the you know, you can go exclamation mark YouTube and it's gonna be up later today, most likely. But yeah. We are gonna do Jesse collab later. Yeah, once we're done with the French Open recap, we're gonna hop on Master Duel. We're gonna play some ranked, and then we have Jesse coming on in like 2-ish hours, I think. So like this is where it was basically confirmed that Rico was doing like a board breaker approach to Snake Eye. Like this deck is basically just strong engines plus power spells like Thrust, Talons, Droplet, Kashtira, Fiendsmith, Snake Eye, which has been doing very well for them. Even though obviously we know they're losing this finals, we know Ka is winning this. Seems like a pretty good showing for this sort of strategy. And Azamina, yeah, it's basically part of the Snake Eye, yeah. But it's like Diabellstar is a little awkward now, right? Like Diabellstar as a card is a little weird because it cannot bridge into Snake Eye anymore, right? Like if you start with Diabellstar, it's just it gets you Deception, but then the Murcielago gets you nowhere without original, right? You just have to get like another Wanted or whatever. Dramatic Snake Eye Chase. But that's not a Sinful Spoils card. Isn't it kind of criminal that they've made it such a like storyline of 2024, like Fire against Water? Like there's an entire playmat of Atlantean against Fire Kings, and Fire King is like one of the only decks that cannot make use of the best Fire support card printed in 2024, Bonfire. Random shower thought. Well, you could argue Promethean Princess is the most broken support. But that was 2023, right? Dude, that's so long ago. Promethean Princess was end of 2023, right? Agov? No, Promethean was with Poplar. That's 24. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was 23 in Master Duel. You're right. Yeah. That's why I got it mixed up. You're gonna keep the stream live for the Mitsu reveal at 9? At 9? What do you mean at 9? That's in 7 hours. It's at 9 for some reason? No, we're just gonna look at it tomorrow or Wednesday. Because, oh yeah, tomorrow, I'm not sure if I can stream tomorrow. Because, dude, I don't know exactly. We might not have electricity tomorrow randomly because we have some, like, there's like a technician coming to our house. Dude, they have to do something about our, like, electricity thing. Dude, I don't know, man. It's really annoying. And I don't know exactly when they'll be here. And how long it's gonna take. So I cannot, basically, I can't start stream before they're here because they might, you know, they might be here at any moment, and then we have to basically shut down electricity so they can fix something. I don't know exactly what needs to be fixed. And then I have to wait until that's done, so I don't know. I don't know exactly how long it's gonna take. But yeah. Hello, sir. Do you have a playlist? Yes, you can go ! Playlist. You don't have to go looking for a song for 15 minutes. You can also just ask. It's crazy how close Rico gets every time. This game too, genuinely, Rico wins this game too if original is still legal because he summons Poplar, I think, without effect here. Like, because he hard drew the temple and then summons Poplar later and it just doesn't have a target. But it is genuinely impressive how close he's getting here with the Doomed Dragon as well. The Doomed Dragon is a phenomenal card for this strategy. Like I was almost expecting Rico at any moment to just like activate a Millennium card and then just keep going. Like there's no tomorrow. But yeah, basically, Dinka ends up winning this 2-0 this turn, of course. Like this game's over. But it was a cool match, I feel like, because on the one hand, there's Fire King, which is a deck that I really like. On the other hand, there's the Snake Eye deck, which apparently just like blinds second after siding to play around Molcharmies, which is a really cool concept. But also just without original Sinful Spoils, I just enjoy watching Snake Eye a lot more. It's crazy what balancing does to an archetype. It really is crazy what balancing does for a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, man. He's not on the Zombie Vampire Millennium Goo. Master Duel fellows would have kept cooking. They just don't care. Look, that's the thing, though. This is something you could do in the TCG now, right? Because we have Doomed Dragon now as well. And, like, the thing is, if you play this deck, Zombie Vampire will almost always give you something crazy, right? Like, you play so many different engines, something's going to be missing, right? Like, you make Zombie Vampire, you hit a Cash T-Rock card, Dia Bellstar, Poplar, Ash, or Oak, a Light Fiend. Like, you can hit so many things off of Zombie Vampire. Like, something's going to be nice for you, right? Yeah, and that's game. And that's obviously Dinka Bui taking down the French Open with Pure Fire King. Very nice. And Rico also very good showing for the Snake Eye deck. That's my favorite part about new formats, where like people just bring whatever they think could work, and it's beautiful, man. This is like this ban list reminds me a lot of like old school ban lists, where like back in the day when they like murdered a deck and everyone had to like find something else and no one knew what was going to be the best. That's how this format feels like. That is how this format feels like, and it was very fun to watch over the course of the weekend. All right. So that is the current TCG situation, basically. That rounds up the TCG weekend recap. Very fun weekend overall. You know, I had a good time playing my own locals. I had a good time following what was going on here and there. French Open was pretty cool to watch. And I am excited. Once again, I said it before, but I'm excited to take a look at the format that we're going to have for national season as well, with Alliance Insight coming out. That is the next thing on the agenda that we have this week when it comes to the TCG. We're gonna have an Alliance Insight stream at some point. Maybe I'll even get a guest for it. I thought about doing that for like Alliance Insight, just get like a guest on so we can get some discussion going. Or as well, we're at some point this week. I noticed this when I was building my deck for locals. The way I currently have my collection sorted or not sorted is a mess. So at some point, we're going to have a very long sorting stream again, where you guys can just ask me questions and we just talk about Yu-Gi-Oh for like 8 hours while I sort all my stuff. It's going to be glorious. That's also something we're going to do at some point this week. I don't know exactly which day I'm going to use for that, but it's going to happen eventually. Yeah. Good, dude. Building the Fiendsmith deck for locals took me like an hour or something to find all the cards. It was very annoying. Yes. Hold up. Oh, this is what you meant. Okay. We have Alliance Insight set intro live stream in 6 hours. 9 p.m., 6.5 hours to be precise. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at that tomorrow. We're gonna take a look at that video tomorrow. Yeah. And then we have this, which is just a quick spell. Well, actually not a quick spell, but like a quick little new card. Just a demo. Thank you for the 32 months. And no, I forgot to unsubscribe again. You're doing this on purpose. I know it. I know you like being subscribed to the channel, and I appreciate you for it. Also, this is like the 7th time you've brought this joke to class. But sure. Return of the Duelist. Dude, I love spell cards. I love spell cards that have the same name as a Yu-Gi-Oh set. I don't know what it is about it, but you can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. If there is an Xyz monster on the field or in either graveyard, add an equip spell from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Okay. Sure. It seems like a very weird requirement for a searcher for an equip spell to require an Xyz monster, but whatever, dude. I don't know if I don't think that's a problem. Master Keys, thank you for the 12 months. Happy birthday. Welcome back. Appreciate your support. Hope you have a great day today. All right, let's play some Yu-Gi-Oh. And I think I already have prepared the decks that I want to play against Jesse later from the newest pack. So I think the one I want to start with is the Primite Fiendsmith. It's not the exact same as the one I played at locals, but I think it's similar enough to the point where we can just jam it for a couple of games. New event has some really nice decks to build. I saw that there was an event. We might do that at some point this week. Cool word. Did you know that joke is even funnier the second time? I can't wait until someone makes the joke for a third time. This hand's nice. Anyone else have that problem where you click the sub button and then you can't get a refund? Okay. 3 Primite cards is 1 Primite card too much, but we can start with the Lordly Load. In these cases, Drill Beam is extra insane because we can use it to negate one of their back row. How do you accidentally cheer 100 bits? Now it's getting ridiculous. Dude, a Prime is free. What do you mean? What do you mean refund my Prime? No, you're not. I mean, I don't mind this game that we play. There were more GX cards. Thank you for the 27. Yeah, we can take a look at those later. See, this is what I mean. Drill Beam. Dude, Drill Beam is so good, man. Josh, can you refund the time I wasted on Duel Links? That is a whole different problem. You can fuse Necro Crypt with a card in your hand? I did not know that. I've never done that. Dude, today I learned. One thing you can do with this deck, technically, if you want your Drill Beam to be live without playing into Nibiru by activating Lordly Load, you can make M7 to add the White Dust on back to your hand. Or you can use Tract to add the White Dust on back to your hand. I was in TCG mode, by the way. I forgot we still had the other Lacrima. I made the... I should have made sequence first with the Tract. Oh, they Ash Tract anyways. Okay, sure. They didn't Ash Requiem or Roar? I guess they tried to call by the Requiem. I love this deck, man. Let's stay in the Fiendsmith engine. Well, this is game. They have to nib here if they have it. Super poly. Okay. Oh, it's Memento and they bricked. That's fine. You cannot escape the drill beams. I'll set this. Junior Griffin, thank you for the 3 months. I'm glad you like the deck. Yep. Yep. Summon Skull Supremacy. Wouldn't banishing the Memento Fusion from Grave have been better? It wasn't threatening because I had the banish for... I had the banish for the normal summon anyways with Primite Roar. Cease, thank you for the gift sub. Ooh, a fellow Dominus Purge enjoyer. Okay. We're gonna have to make a decision here between Barrel normal summon or Dust on normal summon. Would we rather go Fiendsmith combo or would we rather go Drill Beam? Can we see this deck list you got? I'm pretty sure it's on the Discord. ! Discord channel is current deck list. It has all my deck lists. Usually. If the mods aren't asleep. Fiendsmith is likely to have Veiler in hand. That's a good point. That speaks for White Dust on. Let's go. Let's go and get Fiendsmith in rotation if we can. This is why White Dust on is like the quote-unquote best brick in the deck, because it's not that bad to draw. It's like, yeah, it's pretty much like drawing Fable Lurry. It's actually better than drawing Fable Lurry because it makes Drill Beam live. Is there a... No, I think it should go to deck probably. Even though I don't want to draw White Dust on next turn, so maybe I'll leave it in the graveyard. Yeah, I'll leave it in the graveyard. And then against Blue Eyes, it's not sequence here. It's either Lars. I mean, all three of them. I think Caesar is not that good if it's actually Blue Eyes. Lars is okay. I don't hate M7 to add back Ash. I'm not actually opposed to that. Do you play Duke? I wanted to play Duke at locals, and I didn't have room for it in my extra deck, but that is an option. Yeah, you could do that. I'm not going to turn this into Gaia, because it might stick around. Okay. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Please! I need this versus Memento. I need this! No! That's a problem. Ooh, Gatic card draw. Shit. So if I Valor this, they can still go Fusion, Engrave to... I think I still do it, even though they still have Fusion to extend. I have to. The thing is, Bone Party is not that crazy here, I feel. And neither is Gaddick, right? Yeah, because you got just Bone Party, destroy Goblin. If you add Horse here, it doesn't do much. You have to go Sleepy. Oh, that means it has another Memento card in hand, right? If it's another Memento card in hand, we might have a problem. If it's not another Memento card in hand, though, we're fine. Oh, okay. We're fine. Isn't Goblin a better start than Mace? Not if you draw the Gaddick, funnily enough, right? Like, actually, it might still be. It might still be better, but like, it's if you draw the Gaddick, the deck becomes very weird all of a sudden. All right. Have you made any changes to the deck since last stream? We can take a look at it in a moment. It's 1 or 2 cards max. I didn't change much about it. Ah! Yeah. Joke's on you, I also drew my one of. Dude, there's the Mercury. Okay. Two Gaddick as a form of a training wheel. I mean, I suppose it does make some sense. Oh yeah, discard Maxi for it. That's a sign of weakness for sure. Yeah, love that for me. Oh no, man, Valor that shit. This is not going to be pleasant though. This end phase about to slap. Is there still some kind of sanctifier lock? Most of them, if they're doing it, they're going for what's it called? They're going for the DDD Vice King Requiem or whatever it's called. Ah. Yeah. Well, I guess it does something at least. Never mind, it does nothing. Cool. Thank you, Ash Blossom. How bad is our situation? I don't know, man. Like, usually they only play one Lubellion and two Albaz are banished, so... But, of course it's not good. I'm just hoping I don't die this turn. If I didn't... If they didn't have Maxi there... I suppose there was a better chance, but I don't know, man. Not looking good regardless. Even if I don't die this turn, it just feels like... Oh yeah, they played that shit too, yeah. That's probably just game. Yeah. That's just 8k, right? This can attack. Yeah. There's... Yeah. That was the second Albion. I bounced one back with Typhon. Another 60 card deck, dude. And see the beast. Think of it in 9 months. I appreciate that. Uh-oh. Oh. Well, I think I ashed that. I would have considered ashing the golem, but if you show me that, then I'll take that one. Well, let's hope Nib Valor is good enough to stop them. See. It's like, it's particularly crazy because we're just basically finishing off of like a session where we look at like the TCG and all that. And we look at all the wonderful things that are happening in TCG, and then you log into Master Duel. And yeah. Grass is also legal in TCG. It has nothing to do with grass. It's way more about Block Dragon and Maxi. And Appaloosa, Baron the Flare, Sprite Elf, all the shit. Like, it's not about grass. It's about what grass enables. Problem is, right now, Nib Valor is not even good. But I have the suspicion that they're just gonna go Appaloosa at some point. Like, if they summon a monster now, I'm pretty sure... I have to, right? So now they can still bring back Block Dragon 15 times. They still have Mudora for my Fiendsmith stuff. They have... What else did they have? They have like the thing that gives them an extra normal summon for an Earth or Water, and they have a Gigantis. Or Gigantes, I don't know. And they have the Millennium Field spell to keep going, yeah. So I can't go Fiendsmith because they have this. So it's just gonna have to be SP banish the block. Can't target this, right? Yeah. Well. Fuck off, man. Oh, okay. That gives me a lot more top decks. It also makes their situation better, I suppose. Mr. CYF, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. Once again, Prime is free and supports the channel a lot. So if you have it, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. CYF or Sif. Jesus Christ, man. I cannot have one nice thing, dude. I cannot have one nice thing. Maybe I should have attacked with the Requiem to play around Ash, put them under 2000 so they can't use more Millennium stuff. Please do not have a rock. That's actually very good. So if I make, I have another Requiem in my deck. If I make that, they just negate it. But I can also, I think this can make Necro Quip too. They don't stop. And that just beats over this shit. And now, White Dust On is in the graveyard, which means I can add back Ether Barrel next turn. So if I just live one turn is all I'm asking for. Let's go. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I've never been happier in my life. Okay, I do have to... Okay, wait. 1, 2... Yeah, that's fine. The engraver is the second summon, and I just... Ooh, let me draw one. Ah. Annoying ass deck, man. Okay, I was focused on the game, but Gooba, Zeroed, and Nextren, thank you guys for using the Prime on the channel. I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. You're going first? What do you mean by that? Okay, my hand is good. My hand is good. Correct. Correct. Julia, thank you for the bit. Also on screen, Europa Boy, thank you for the 40 bit. What does on screen celebration even mean? Never had that. There were emotes on your screen? Oh, okay, that's cool. Alright, this is not a drill. Then we're gonna make sequence here, I think. Sequence. I mean, if it is 10 pi, technically, Caesar is pretty good against that. So I could go Lacrima. Revive Engraver, make Caesar, bring back the other Engraver, make SP? Yeah. But then if I purge, my Caesar is dead. But I suppose I'm not purging anything that I couldn't also Caesar. I could also make Desiree. Let's make Desiree. Easier. I think. Do this because it's a light fiend. I'll set one purge. Right. Yeah. That's what I thought it would be. No matter which way I do it, it does lose the droplet. Great. Just gotta hope they don't have a Tenpai card, I think. Because, like, let's say they normal summon, like, Pydra now, and I Veiler it, they can still go Hita and crash to get Genroku, so, like, I just have to hope that they don't have one. Urchman, thank you for the 20 months. Okay, so... Sure. Might be another Tenpai. I'm not gonna go combo here. All right, dude. Surely Imperm Ogre Ash Purge Drill Beam is enough for stupid ass Tenpai, man. You're not gonna out-drill my beam. Um... Sure. They need to murder Tenpai in best of one. I know it might be a shocker that I have this opinion. I know it's the first time I've said it. They need to freaking murder Tenpai, man. Dude, every time I have Ghost Ogre against this deck, they just immediately have the Ankh. It's mega annoying. Come on, one in hand. Well, at least one. Come on. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. I love this matchup, man. Give it to me. Leave my game. Try floodgating someone else. Can you show the list? It's if you have Discord, just type !Discord and join the Discord server. It's a cool community regardless of if you want the deck list or not, but they all my deck lists are posted there. Did I win the coin flip? Oh, they're selected second. Wonderful. Molcharmy Purulia. Sure, we don't care. What's the usual Primite package? I mean, in most decks, it's just 3 load, 3 Ether Barrel, and 1 Drill Beam. I played 2 Drill Beam and 1 Roar in this one, so it's a slightly bigger Primite package. Something tells me this is Tenpai again. Ooh, really? Really? Is it the fact that they're blinding second and play Molcharmy Purulia? Is it that? Thing is, if they have Imperm, it doesn't make a difference whether I make Sequence first or I just make Caesar. Against Veiler, it does make a difference. Against Veiler, Caesar is significantly better. I think I'll just make Caesar directly. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. Actually, I should have made Necroquip so that 1 Engraver's in the graveyard for next turn. Okay. I think I'll set the Drill Beam even though I can't activate it. Just to like bait them into using Duster and shit. So they have less cards I have to worry about. Or Lars that wins against Imperm. Dude, you guys need to read Evolzar Lars. Seriously, like every time this card comes up, everyone thinks it cannot be targeted. It's just monster effects, guys. You had to set Purge because of Caesar being water? No. I'll just... There's not much I have to purge in this matchup. Like, I'm ashing Pydra anyways, because I have Ash and Purge. And I'm not going to purge Kaiman because I have Caesar. I can just Caesar the Kaiman. I guess I lose the droplet then if I do that. Yeah. Not the summon skull. Another Exodia, Andy. And I don't have my triple tactics talents. That's not good. That's not good. Oh, God. I mean, at this point, so far, they don't even need a floodgate for this situation. Like, at the moment, we can't beat the regular setup for this deck. Wait, huh? Oh, okay. Dude, can they draw some of their bricks? I have 2 vanillas in my deck. I draw one almost every hand. They play like infinite bricks. They never have it. Not fair. Ah, just in time. Ah. Well done, Yugi Boomer. Proud of you. I've been outplayed. This is a disruption in TCG because of Lacrima Paradise, but in Master Duel it's not. In Master Duel it just sets up Fiendsmith for next turn. Oh my god, dude. Can you guys stop being cringe for 1 second? Just 1 second, man. Here, look at my summon skull. I guess if they have a second Ankh... Yeah, dude, it's... At least I can Veiler it, so they don't get the trap. And they can't run over anything. It's not... This situation is not that bad. Zach, thank you for the 21. Appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, Requiem effect. Engraver. That checks the Exodia. I'll Magna the Blue Eyes. With just one set, I think we're fine either way. Right? It can't be a floodgate. Like, if it's macro, I'll just go Engraver, pop the Exodia. They can stop my reset, but I can grab another one, because I play two, so it's fine. Actually, I shouldn't have reset this, because if this is the Exodia trap, I'm just going to lose it for no reason. I should have reset it later. That was stupid. Oh, that's fine. It's just imperm. Okay, so if it's hand traps, what's my best way around it? I probably should try and make a Caesar before I normal summon. So... Can't activate this because this is still live. Get some light fiends in rotation. If I make Caesar, how do I out this? I'll make Desiree. Do I play a Appaloosa in this? No, I don't. Let's make Desiree. One of this, one of that. That. Ooh, I could have moved. I could have closed heavened it. I could have made Caesar and then brought back Engraver and then closed heaven. That would have been nice. That would have been sick. Well. I still want to do it. Well, still game. There's no nib. What did they break on? They had a response window on my first turn. I think it was Fuva, and they didn't use it. At least one of them. Oh, nice hand going first. Well, your turn. No Primite or Fiendsmith. Unfortunate. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They start with Goblin. I'm gonna Ash that. Force is fine. Force, I don't even have to imperm because I have Magnamood for the Gaddick, which is really nice. If they have another body on the board, Magnamood on Gaddick goes hard. The thing is, the imperm is going to be dead after, but I really want to resolve my Magna. It's a little risky because if they have the right extender, I might get cooked. But Magna on Gaddick is pretty nice because I also need to resolve this Magna for my own follow-up. And if I imperm it, it's the body stays on the board, and then they keep going, so I kind of still have to Magna if they play Fiendsmith. Wait, they don't go for Gaddick here? Okay. Sure. Oh, they drew Gaddick. Dude, they all draw Gaddick. That's nice for me. So do I imperm Sleepy, or do I imperm the fusion they summon off Sleepy? I feel like letting them commit the bodies for it is fine from my end. Yeah, I'll imperm the fusion. Ooh, they drew combined creation. That's pretty good for them. I think I have to Magna now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They got too many. They got too many. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One of them is a duplicate. So they have 6 different ones. I cannot prevent the combined creation from coming out. But it is what it is. I think I live. Unless they can keep, like, if it's just the combined creation, I live. Right? Please go battle phase. Yeah, it gives it piercing, but that's only 6,000. I live that. Yeah, okay. I do live that. We'll see. So this gives me at least a play. At least a play. Is that good? It might help. We'll see. So load. If I Ghost Ogre this, they probably just chain that. Yeah. I think I allow that. Do we not just Talon's Take? The problem is if I go Talon's Take here, they can technically chain this to destroy all 3 of theirs and all 3 of mine. And then it's kind of like, I mean, we'll see. I think this way is better. Hold up. That is completely irrelevant. Okay, if I go Talon's Take now, they chain this. Probably fine, right? Probably fine. Hold up. So he pops 3 still. No, I drill beam this and banish it. I just go Talon's Take. They activate this. I drill beam it. It goes banished. I take the 5k. I reset drill beam. Yeah. No, I'm fine. I'm pretty sure I'm fine. Yep. They needed to pop the Lordly Load, I suppose. But I mean, to be fair, they also didn't know I had talents, so that was kind of like the most crucial part of that turn. Venomous Ace, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to the channel, and thank you for spending your Prime on it. Dude, I'm drawing Summon Skull like if it's my freaking job, man. Can I have my drill beam, please? No? Okay. I did it this way around because at least now I can't get ashed on Requiem, which is fine. Still a little annoyed by this. I really like having Drill Beam in rotation, but we have another, like we had 2 ways into Primite, even if it's over 2 turns. We only had one direct way to get into Fiendsmith, so that's why I preferred it this way around. Yeah. It's alright. Hold up. Necroquip with the Summon Skull and the Requiem is that something? It needs engraver? Oh, wait, what? Oh, the one that's equipped with it, and oh, okay, that's completely useless then. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah. You can use engraver plus summon skull, but you sent the thing to the graveyard anyways, so it's really pointless. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do with this hand. We're gonna Lordly Load, call Summon Skull. This way we can keep the Necroquip Princess on the board because we're gonna make Caesar here. Actually, we can make let's make Lars. Let's make Lars to play around Called by the Grave. Like this. And then we can maxi in the draw phase. We can maxi in the draw phase, and the Necroquip will draw us a new card no matter what happens. So, like, they can't Called by this. They can have a second Ash Blossom, of course, but I can't do anything about that. And then we do this. And the Fiend typing didn't matter? Yeah, but like, it doesn't matter much. Wait, huh? Oh, the Lars. Okay, I was like, what? Sure. Aha. Well, they're under max C, so don't know exactly how much they're planning to do here. Was that a True Light from hand? Embarrassing. Embarrassing, dude. Can you play a normal dragon for seals? That's the thing. There is a lot of things you could do with this deck. I think Drew Blue Eyes and True Light, by the way. I think the Primite engine has a lot of potential. I'm probably gonna mess around with it more in different contexts. Of course, having to play a vanilla kind of sucks no matter what version you play. So that's a big balancing factor to it. Which is why I think Fiendsmith is one of the better ways to do it, because at least White Dust On is Fiendsmith combo. Which is nice. Oh, that's gonna slap next turn potentially. Wait, they're going in. Ooh, because they had Imperm, they can make a Tyrant that attacks everything. It's neat. I like that play. It's very fun to reset trap cards with Tyrant. Red Ox can search Barrel. You think once the Dragon Ruler support comes out, you can play like Primite Dragon Rulers, where your vanilla is also a dragon, so worst case you can discard it for like the baby dragons? That'd be very fun if that was a thing. I thought about that yesterday. I thought about, like, after I played locals, I thought about different, like, if there are decks that can play vanillas without caring too much if you draw them, and then you mix those with Primite. Yeah. I don't know. Isn't there a level 1 vanilla dragon? I'm pretty sure for dragon, there's almost any vanilla. Like, dragon has so many different vanillas. What is bro doing, by the way? Yeah. Two Veilers in hand. We can play through those, no problem. Chimera could play Primite with the OG. Yeah, I suppose. I don't think that's the greatest synergy, though, because I don't think Chimera wants to give up the normal summon for Barrel. And if you're not playing Barrel, then the engine is not consistent, and it's also just, like, not worth it. Barrel is a major part of what makes this good. So, like, it would have to be a deck that can give up its normal summon. Right? Everything else doesn't really make sense. Are you trying to deck me out? Bro, I haven't even nibbed you yet. What? Dude, I don't think I've ever seen someone commit into Max C and then scoop before the Nibiru happens. What the hell? Okay, we got Jesse ready. I just started a game. Let me finish this game. And then we'll have the Jesse collab. The new pack duel. That's a good hand. Another Blue Eyes. I love having Ghost Ogre against Blue Eyes. It's so nice. It's so nice. Unfortunately, we're not going to be taking out any board with it here, but it's still good. Do you plan on doing multi-platform stream? Not really at the moment, but I don't know. Maybe at some point. I'm not sure. Do I Ash the Spirit? I think so. I think I Ash the Spirit. They clearly don't have Sage for the extra normal, but like I don't really know what else they would have. I guess Roar could be in their hand. But I don't... Yeah, I'll probably just pass here. Nice. Probably an imperm set, so it's probably going to be a slower game. Not going to go for Fiendsmith here. Just going to do the Primite thingy. And if they imperm the barrel, that's fine. Come forth, White Dust On. It'd actually be sick if you Maxed me right now. That'd be so nice. I want you to Maxed me right now. Do it! Unfortunate. This being in the graveyard is pretty good for me because I can cult buy it if they make another one. So I don't think there's much they can really draw here because I can cult buy Maiden and I can cult buy the Spirit. All right. Yeah. Okay. The deck is performing quite well for me. I enjoy it a lot. I'm very happy that the newest pack has given us some more options in regards to mid-range. Makes me very happy. So there we go. Once again, pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Deck list is on Discord, but I can also show you real quick. Give me a second. Where is it? Primite Fiendsmith. This is what we're currently using. I'm sure there's some room for improvement there, but that's what it's currently like. Speaking of the new pack, though, we have the little conquest against Jesse coming up. The decks we're gonna play today, showcasing the stuff that's in the new pack, is gonna be we're gonna be playing some Memento, even though I have very little practice with the deck, but we'll see. Just gonna try and freestyle it with this list that I've thrown together. We have Centurion, which I am quite happy we've got the new support now, so that's going to be one of the decks. And then we're just going to showcase... You know what? Let's play the Primite Fiendsmith. I'm sure Jesse's going to have Primite Blue Eyes, but I'm just going to... Let's do the Primite Fiendsmith instead. Let's bring those three. Okay. Let me call... Let me pause the music, and then let's call Jesse. And Discord audio. Jesse. Yep. Okay. Call him. Hello, hello.
Bonjour. Hello.
Oh, you're French now.
Oui, comment ça va?
Oh, you speak French?
Un peu. We learned it for like 6 years in Canada.
I guess in Canada it makes a lot of sense.
It is
It's your
actually our
secondary
second
language, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Most people forget, though, truthfully, outside of Quebec.
That's how it usually goes with learning a language in school. I technically learned Latin, but...
Ooh, that's cool.
I do
but
not
you don't
speak.
remember it? I take it?
Not a little, not even a bit.
Damn. Do you have a room or should I set one up?
I don't have one.
Okay, cool. Give me 1 second. All right. Sending it in Discord.
enter room. There we are. And let me get this deck out of the way first. Why are you laughing?
This sounds familiar. Get this deck out of the way first.
No, I'm not too worried about this one, actually. This pack is a lot better for me than last one.
All right, let me start recording 1 sec.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We are back and we got a brand new pack. Josh was just saying he's feeling better about this pack than last time. No duds.
Well, I mean, the quality of the decks that we can play with this one is definitely much higher. Some of
I
which,
think there's like 4 good choices. So
yeah, and some of which I have a decent amount of practice with. Some of which I don't have that much practice with yet. But all things considered, it's pretty good.
I'm
decks.
gonna guess you know Centurion. The one you don't know as well as Memento.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I've played some Memento, so I don't think I'm like terrible at it. But I'm also nowhere near an expert because that deck I think takes a decent bit of work.
I think the deck is super cool, and I want to get better with it.
Yeah, it's the type of combo deck that makes you want to play it.
Yeah, it reminded me of Shadal about recycling through names and trying to trigger effects. But it kind of has new cards that maybe change that perspective. I don't know.
Yeah.
The cards are broken. Ooh, but I gotta start. All right, let's see how we can do this. Yeah, the last few episodes, you've made some blunders that have cost you. So
absolutely, yeah.
All right.
42 makes me think might just be your Memento deck. You're trying to get it out of the way, maybe.
Like you are 42, so you're projecting your thoughts to me. So you're playing Memento.
Yes, absolutely.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work the way I want it to. That play would have been nice. All right, I can't do that. All right, let her rip. 7th Tachyon.
7th Tachyon. Wait, which deck wants that?
Sharks.
Sharks? Why are you playing Sharks?
I mean, why am I playing Sharks?
What? Yeah, you heard me.
But this deck is not that bad. I don't like Centurion. That deck is so boring. All right, well, I guess I can't do that. Yeah, I said what I said. Shark is not interesting. I mean, Centurion is not a fun deck.
I said what I said.
Okay, so it has been a while since I played this deck. I played it in TCG in December, but also Toad being legal is huge help. Very obviously,
that makes
deck.
A difference. Yeah, well, not anymore.
Well, okay. Oh, TCG, it's much worse. I can still make Bahamut Shark in this deck for Lavirtue Dragon. Oh, don't maxi me, bro. Oh,
I will. I have no mercy with Shark players.
Should have. I wish if I didn't get Ash, would have switched Barrier Statue, and he would have deserved it. Let's let me summon a little fishy, bro. All right. Well, this is bad. This is very bad.
Hydro Jet Shark.
Yeah.
During your main phase, send a fish shark or exceed spell from your deck to grave.
Yeah, it's just Crystal Shark, I'm pretty sure.
This card's in your hand and graveyard. You can target a water on the field, spare some this card. Okay.
God, Maxi is so broken. Alright, you're playing Memento. Let's go, Dweller. Let's see if I should have made Kragan instead, but oh well. Yeah, I'm not gonna use that.
Well, Dweller is very good against my deck. Not.
No, don't play Primera, please.
Let's start with, what do I start? This is awkward. This hand is awkward. Let's start with a bonfire.
What the hell? Oh, it is no, it's Centurion. It's Centurion. Okay. I guess I'll get. Wait, Talents is not at 1 in Master Duel. God, I get the formats mixed up so much.
Wait,
there's no Talents in this deck. In my head, I'm like, oh, I'll do this now to play on Imperm, but then I also unlikely to get Talents because at 1. However, it's not at 1.
It's also just like I would not imperm this if I could. My deck does not care about it.
Well, maybe I don't believe you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Centurion.
I'm about to add Poplar, you see.
I don't know what weird.
I just
combination
put
deck you
one
Primite
one
Snake
card
Eye,
out the
like-
new pack. I just put one card out the new pack in my Snake Eye deck and just queue it.
Yeah, Deckprofile Princess is the new card, right?
Mhm. Snake Eye.
All right. Well, this doesn't look good for me. Hey, at least you can't use the Phalanx combo.
Yeah, I can't add back my Gargoyle as well.
Oh, I meant you can't like go wake up, send
Yeah.
tap, and then Primera Primus.
Yeah.
This deck has plays now.
It's actually very cool. Yeah, let me see if I can if it's worth doing any of it. Okay, get rid of secondary Primera, and then we'll do. Well, it's still Gargoyle, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's still Gargoyle, and then we'll summon out the Gargoyle. So if I make this level 4, I make the new level 8. That adds an Emblema card. And that would give me Atri for a draw. I think that's still worth it. So I will change its level.
This deck kind of chaining off of Regain to get the draw for that, the draw for Atri, the draw for the Geisha.
I like that a lot about it.
It's
my favorite part.
It's not fun playing against them when they open like 5 engine and then their 3 draws with like Maxi, Ash. And then that feels rough.
I like drawing cards.
Yeah.
It's not worth popping here.
Next time I floodgate you, I'll say I enjoy floodgating you. That argument still holds
That's
up.
not the same as drawing cards, okay? Calm down.
You Maxine me. That is drawing cards, but it is not okay.
Yeah, that was fun. Alright, and now Atri gets to draw a card every time he comes out. Isn't that cool? Ooh, I drew non-engine.
God, 5 in the hand. Thank you. Thank you for announcing that. Make me feel even more defeated.
Is there anything in the grave that triggers if I attack this dweller?
If I went Kragan, did I have a chance? I'm curious.
In your main
Is your
phase,
hand
you can send a
rookie?
fish shark. So my hand was 4 normal summons.
Crap. Damn it, I should have made Kragan. Can't believe you actually threw me off the 42 card memento thing.
Dude, I forgot. I was like, 42 is surely memento, and then I didn't realize my deck was also 42. It's because I had 40, and then I didn't feel confident it was consistent enough, so I just added 2 bonfires. I didn't want to take anything out. But yeah. Alright. Auxilla.
Alright, so you're gonna have the Quicksand card on my turn and a Phalanx as well as 5 unknowns in hand.
Some of which are normal summons.
3 of them, or 2 of them apparently. Alright. I still cannot do much into an Omni Negate and a Banish, even if there was nothing in hand. And you draw a card. Not helpful. Well, let's start off with this to grab the Surfacing Aqua Jet.
Banish this card from your grave. Add 1 Aqua Jet card.
Yeah, I'm playing the original
Oh my
Aqua
god,
Jet
the
from
related
Gen
card
Force.
section for these cards is insane.
Does it just to show you like the Gen Force cards?
It shows me everything. It shows me Xyz Reborn. Hold up.
What the hell is an XYZ agent?
No, you just go. I'm not reading all that.
It's just a reborn
Special
stuff.
summon a level 4 lower fish, sea serpent, aqua from hand or grave. Can only summon Xyz while you control that. Okay, that's not bad. We're probably toggled on to get the Omni, but
it's not gonna make much difference.
another 7th Tachyon. You're just trying to get to surfacing big jaws really badly.
I mean, that card is that and like Abyss Shark are the best cards in the deck for sure.
Yeah. Nope.
Okay, man. You could have just Omni negated like the big jaws, and it would have been the same result.
No,
Instead
but
of
you're not.
being
No
demoralized.
7th Tachyon in this household.
Yep.
Make that level 8. summon that. Chainlink 1 this, and Chainlink 2 Atri, I suppose. Play around Dominus Impulse. You might play that.
I guess.
Okay.
Yep. You should make Legatia. Trust me, bro. You want to draw so much.
Yeah, I'm desperate for drawing cards. Nice Dweller, though.
Thank you. Card is a banned card in the TCG now, so it must be powerful.
Yeah. Special level 4 lower fish aqua. No, it's
Yeah. So here's the rare fish.
fine. Okay.
All right. Crystal Shark. Bring it back.
That's fine.
All right.
Does this have a graveyard effect?
What, the rare fish?
No, I was just reading the Aqua Jet surface.
Oh, it does. Not a good one, though.
Mm.
All right. Here we go. Stealth Kraken. This one resolves for sure.
This is the one that makes all my stuff water?
Yeah, and pops a card and burns.
Eh.
All right, well, now you've done it. You're cooked. Normal summon.
Ooh.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. I was not worried.
All right. Centurion out of the way. All right, let's load this up. Okay.
I like
Oh,
Centurion.
wow. That's nothing. I don't hate it, but like I don't like it either.
Ooh.
Is it my turn to max CU?
No. At least I hope not.
All right.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sounded very convincing.
Oh god, damn it! I was hoping to queue into the Blue Eyes deck.
Okay, so this gets this.
That's Natushigo. Yep.
Effect.
I lose to any extender here. I'm pretty sure. Is there any place I can do this that doesn't just insta lose? No, because you get to that point and then the game's over. Yeah. All right.
Ghost Ogre and Snow.
Don't like that there's a toggle on your end.
There is a toggle. Ghost Ogre, so I can still destroy the Anguish.
Yeah.
But that's not nearly as good. I still think I do this. Save the force.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. All right. Now we're banking on lack of knowledge here.
Yeah. Okay, so Ghost Ogre does not pop
resolution.
This pops this. If I send Gaddick here, I can't get back anything great, so it's not really... I don't think it's Gaddick yet.
No, it's not.
This sends 2 Memento cards, so why don't I send Sleepy here? And then I go Goblin. And that gives me Gaddick and also Fusion. And then it's Gaddick here. Gaddick. Okay, not much. Can't really offer much talking here because these combos are. Okay, and then fusion in the graveyard is ready. Go sleepy first.
Sleepy. Sleepy's
Sleepy
my
to
favorite of all of
fuse.
them. Man.
I've kind of grown to like the ugly fish. I started calling it the ugly fish, and now I like
The
it.
hell's Akihiron?
Who else?
I don't know if I call that a fish, but I guess.
What if it's? Is it not a fish?
I'd say like. Yeah, I don't know.
See,
It's aqua, not a fish though. So some other aquatic. It's more like a cephalopod, you know.
Okay, so what am I adding here? I'll add this. And I'll add...
It's like some vampire squid thing.
I'll add... How do I get to the fusion spell? I kind of need to destroy Akihiron.
No, Mental Fusion can search for Mental Fusion.
All right, yeah.
Why would you added that to your hand?
Because I thought I had to pop it with, like, Bone Party.
Oh, you already have Bone Party? Sure.
No, like, I thought I searched Bone Party with the... fusion.
Oh. You should be arriving sleepy typically if you're in a pop with Mental Fusion because you get the pop effect as well.
What does it do if it's popped?
It sends a mentor.
Oh, it sends a card. I didn't even know that effect. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. See, we're learning together.
That is the fun part about Memento, though. It's actually like it feels like you're learning
as you go.
Cool. It feels like the kind of deck you can still somewhat freestyle.
It's like you have natural progressions that are very similar. That is true, but like you definitely also take different routes pretty often.
Yeah.
End place though is typically very, very like homogenous.
This. I'll shuffle back this and I'll fuse.
Combined creation.
So we want this, we want this, and we want whatever. That gets me Mick Plan. Activate Mick Plan.
He sent mace thing. Okay. Okay.
My horn.
Right, so I guess you already have mind creation then.
Yeah, I drew combined creation.
Okay.
Is it worth making a link here? I suppose if you hadn't, it would be a lot better if I made SP here.
Yeah, you typically want to SP.
Yeah.
Other Fiendsmith cards in your deck because that can get cool, but it's like win more. Do you have like the cool stuff where you still play sequence even if there's no Fiendsmith cards?
Oh yeah, to make the Baphomet or like Duke of Demise, depending on. Yeah, I've seen that too.
You can just go moon into sequence. Sequence essentially just acts as a link 3. My Ghost Ogre, how dare you? Oh, you got a Royal SP? When did you get that?
Oh, a while ago. So...
I still haven't played my Royal Fountain against you.
Yeah, you better don't.
I need the Josh Crash out live.
5. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was supposed to also have the other spell.
Whoa. Yeah, it definitely should. I stopped paying attention at some points. I don't know where it went wrong, but...
Fine.
So what did he send off Combined Creation? I could have sent Bone Party, right? And then... Oh, did you never trigger Akihiron?
No, because I added it.
Oh, when I shouldn't. Yeah. Because then that should get them into fusion, and then you send Bone Party and reset. Yeah. That's not the worst card, I guess, to draw. All right, let's start off with Sage with the Eyes of Blue effects.
Stage with the eyes of blue. Is that worth banishing for SP? You go for Maiden, True Light. That's probably worth.
Okay. No other trainable. The Goblin spell face down, perhaps?
Well, you know I have Memento Fusion.
Call by. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the second one is, right? I don't know the other one.
Yeah, the other set is not known.
This card's so bad against you, but I don't know if it's anything better. This might be better. Not really. No, it's still just this.
Effect Veiler.
I hate how the shit doesn't target either.
Have a called by?
Yeah. I should have thought about if I was going to call by before turning my toggle back on. Because if I hit Anguish, I mean, hitting Anguish sucks, but like, hit Combined Creation, you just revive Anguish and get Mace. It's not really a good solution. I think I need to hit Combined Creation though, because one is already banished. Hopefully the other one is just gone permanently now. You get Mace, and I have to try just deal with the Mace.
Yeah, it's gonna be Anguish. Now it's gonna be me.
Yep. Okay, so you can't fuse into that. You may play Guardian Chimera though, so we'll see. But start off with load.
Oh, we got Primite cards in here as well. Okay. Well.
Wait, did you think I was playing Blue Eyes with like
No, I meant in your
Primite
hand.
cards?
I meant
Oh.
more like in your hand. Not like I'm not surprised you have
like
Primite
I
card.
wouldn't be playing new cards then, right? Okay, and then let's use Maiden.
Bro is gifted. Okay.
I'd searched Veiler. Should have been obvious I had that.
Fair enough.
Through one hand trap going second. You had Maxi Ash. I don't want to hear it. All right. If I get ogred, I crash out, but
You do not get ogred.
unfortunately, I think I need to do this. Okay, nothing there. Cool. So let's get rid of. This feels so bad, but okay. Let's follow this up with Roar. I'll be locked into dragons. No, man. This is so stupid. Oh my god, I hate this game.
You know what they call that?
Shut up.
They call that the World Champ 23 difference.
The hell do I do? Damn it, I'm locked into dragons too now.
Ooh, hard draw the field spell. It's not even that bad here.
That's not the end of the world, no. At least I get so many cards you don't want to draw that you just.
I mean, something
like,
you're gonna
bound
draw
them.
something, yeah. Okay, so we have a live drill beam in hand and a Effect Veiler.
These aren't lights by chance. No, dark water. Fantastic. I'm dragon locked anyways. I don't know what I'm talking about. The path forward. What is the path forward? Let's get to that. No, that doesn't work. Oh, that does. Okay.
Bewit. Okay.
Yeah. This feels horrible. Oh.
I personally think this qualifies as a skill issue.
I have one very niche win condition, but it's so bad.
So this has to immediately chain to
better.
this, yeah, I think.
It does. You have to paleo. I know you know what that means.
I know what a paleo is, yeah. So let's go and do. So you have Veiler and Drill Beam. Drill Beam cooks my Chimera anyways.
Okay. Then I'll equip. Should have done this first. I don't know. This was a mistake for the ultimate. But that's fine. We're here. Is it a goblin spell? Oh. I had no chance.
Save it.
Yeah, I have to try like banish it and then make double spirit and hope that I get to just negate Akihiron from every triggering, and then you just can't beat that. But
Yeah.
because then you also have 2 combined creations banished. But this is not happening. Yeah. My fate is sealed. Oh yeah. Hello, Sage. You're gonna be a big help when you get attacked by 5 as an attack monster. You do really like drawing cards.
I do. How'd you know?
Alright.
Okay, there is an Effect Veiler in your hand.
Okay, let's not. That's a significant problem. Says that like, okay, we got a challenge ahead of us. Let's
yeah,
focus,
dude,
lock
we're
in.
gonna get through this together. Everyone hold each other by the hands. There is an Effect Veiler.
I'm curious if there was like, from your perspective, another weak spot you had where if I went for a different line, it was better into Maxi, but I don't think there's anything
I
have that really cuts it. Yeah.
At this point, I'm just freestyling. I'm also a little low on time, so I'm just gonna.
I got a hot 60 seconds.
Special that. One that. 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 Those should have been the other way around.
I want to get the Aki here on. That's the effect to revive, right? Not the effect to.
Yeah, that's the one that brings it back.
The fusion engrave. Oh, still not gated. No, you gotta pay attention to my clock as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Droplet is rough. Damn. I didn't think the card would be so good against Blue Eyes, but actually cooked my shit. Two mandatory effects, nice.
Hey, there's
and
nothing.
I can't avail it because of SP.
I mean,
what? I can't, right? Like it just gets checked immediately.
no, but I think it's also just like I don't have to do much here.
Well, I meant Valor the Dark Blade.
Oh yeah.
Blowing up the field, like because ideally the spirits check some stuff, force you battle phase, then I can like Moonlit Bounce and try stay alive. But no, it's definitely the droplet makes it like unthinkably easy, but all right. Damn, 0-2. All right, I need to not get swept now.
Well, I need to not get swept. Or, well, oh, you don't want to get 3-0, is what I mean. Okay.
I don't want to get 3-0'd, yeah.
Oh, sure.
I can't just get 3-0'd on my own channel. It's your channel right now, but on my channel later.
Well, what were you saying? We're just not uploading?
No. Obviously, I'd do that. What do I want to play? So I assume it's Blue Eyes. I don't think you huge Sharks. I don't think you know what the cards do. What else could there be? I guess some other Primite deck. No, I think it's just Blue Eyes, right? Like, all right. All right, let's keep this.
So you got Sharks, Blue Eyes, and Memento yourself, bro.
You don't know what the third deck is?
Well, okay, there's also no point in hiding it. Because I'm going to see it anyways.
It's Memento. Well, there is a point, right? Because I lose the roll, you make Dweller like I did to you.
My deck does not make Dweller, don't worry about it. Alright. Here we are.
40 cards. Okay, yeah, Primite.
We're primiting.
Blue Eyes, White Dragon. Drill Beam, yes. Oh, it's this deck. Oh, if I just... Oh, this card is terrible for sealing. Yeah, okay. I guess it only hits this.
Sure.
I wish it was Blue Eyes. Did you Ogre?
It's not Blue Eyes, yeah. Okay. Alright, well, no Fiendsmith access for me. You're on 40, so it means it's not your shark deck. Probably just blue eyes again.
Bro, look at my field.
Alright, sure. It's Memento.
I'd be the nice main switch. Oh, come on, you little shit. Oh, that's not what I wanted to draw. Nice. This deck is so frustrating sometimes. So many bricks. So much pain.
I would like to not play Primite versus Primite violence. Look at my summon skull.
Ooh, I like the Beast of Talwar more. It has more defense.
But it's not level 6.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was a level 7.
I'm almost certain it's a 6. Because when I looked at this deck in TCG, it's just like 50 less attack, but like it can't get just swung over by random monsters when you put it in defense mode.
Oh, that would be better, yeah. No,
Summon
dude!
Skull's iconic, though.
Yeah.
What?
You know what? No, I stand by Summon Skull.
Okay. Yeah. Another face down. All right, let's see.
Maiden of White. Yep.
It's a bit depressing. Drawing this card feels like just -1. It's so bad. Don't ogre me, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I hate you, Josh.
What? You don't have any monsters that are getting destroyed. You're fine.
Shut up. I'm passing.
All right, we're drilling. We're beaming.
Really hoping it wasn't live.
Dude, I... Eh. You're not drawing out of this one.
Really? Okay, that's not... Sure. Thank you, game. That was very helpful. Hmm.
Ooh.
Oh. God damn it. What do I do? Nothing I really can do. This game's lost. Why didn't you summon Skull last turn?
I wanted to make Requiem to tag on your turn to get Fiendsmith. Over 2
What?
turns.
No. Last turn when you went attack pass.
Tribute summon it?
Yeah. Because then Barrel comes back to your hand because you have a thing on field. And
yeah, next
your
turn.
Drill Beam's still alive.
But I was going to draw it anyways, Jesse.
Yeah, well,
you
okay.
Consider that?
Okay. I'm not letting you summon a stupid marshmallow on me.
Give me my white dust on!
No.
Dude! It's so mean, man. It's so mean.
I got double max. Yo, mean. I'm getting 3-0'd. All right.
Guess one of the cards in my hand.
Summon Skull.
Dude.
It's Maxi. I understand. Yes. I'm not summoning anytime anyways. You should summon an attack.
I was thinking about summoning it last turn and making Moon with it.
Oh, you suck.
See, this is mid-range week, Jesse.
You should Drill Beam this. Yeah, I had so much choice in these games. The shark game was only like one where maybe I could have done something different, but please Drill Beam it. I'm gonna click Battle Phase and you know to click Drill Beam. Damn.
I wasn't toggled on, so it didn't even ask me. You know what? You can have your thingy.
How kind. Maxi. Nope. Okay.
No, I'll drill beam that. Look at my summons go.
Got a big head. All right. Surely this works. This is so bad. I'm even searching off this.
For the record, I know that was not optimal, by the way.
You just want to make it clear to the
I just want to make sure that we
chat's like,
understand. We're all on the same
Josh
page.
doing? Josh is teasing me with the idea of playing. I activate Maxi.
No, just don't do too much, okay?
No.
Hey!
We're in there. We're in there. We're in there. Let's go. Come on. I'm gonna revive my maiden.
No longer maidenless.
What do I do with this? I can... Surely Set Majesty is enough. Surely.
Yeah, it's enough. Don't worry.
Surprised I didn't get ogred.
Yeah, I'm not that lucky.
Ready for Drill Beam 2.
Ooh.
Oh, Drill Beam is such a good card.
It is so broken. All right. It is time to moon.
Special summon a Fiendsmith from the deck. Okay. White Dustin.
Oh, dude, it makes you type it. My life's so difficult, man.
Wait, why does that one make you type it if Lordy Look doesn't?
Because this one you can name any vanilla in the game. Whereas Lordly Load has to be one you can summon. Because this one is only optional to summon. It just says declare any normal monster. So,
I understand. I understand. I was looking like a dunce into the camera right now with my mouth open like, I don't understand. Okay, this is fine.
come forth, white dust on.
You summoned your marshmallow.
Let's go.
This card's still worth like $5 in real life.
I have no idea. I bought one like a while ago when I learned about like Fiendsmith thingy, and then just never looked back.
White Dustin. Damn, down to $1.50. Oh, the mighty have fallen.
They don't believe.
Okay. If I pop this, you revive, you normal summon, you remake it. You drill beam me, I throw up anyways. Make Desiree, you send that, I lose, so. Yeah, you need to have another normal summon, I'll put you on. No, wait, no, I know. What did you add off barrel last turn? Or off a load?
The roar, I think. Well, I have a drill beam, Jesse.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
It does not matter.
I'm trying as hard as I can, Josh. Give me the decency. I'm letting me try. Uh. Have you played this deck much, or you just build it now?
I played it at locals on Saturday, and I played with it on Duel last week a little bit. The TCG version
significantly worse without Lacrima. Yeah.
In TCG, it's cool because if you like only have Primite, like White Dust on into Requiem is still a disruption on the opponent's turn because of Paradise.
Yeah, Paradise. Yeah, I think it's significantly worse in this environment, to be honest.
Yeah, it is worse. Well, I actually don't even kill you here. But I mean, technically.
SP.
So that's gonna be one. That's gonna send True Light.
It's not like Monday. It's actually like crazy how much like Monday and Lacrima help. They seem rather benign at a surface level, but
yeah. Agnum Day would be so sick here.
I mean, I can't get wishes. It's gonna get Drill Beam.
Ooh, actually, I had a normal summon. I could have killed you, but if I tribute the Desiree for Summon Skull, you die.
See, I told you it's all.
That's how generous I am.
Skull. Yeah,
What'd
you
you
could have
say?
finished me like Yugi. Instead, you're just SP attacking.
Yeah.
Winnable game.
Absolutely winnable.
That has to be one of the worst cards I could have drawn. All right.
If I let you get that, I don't think I can.
Drill Beam. Okay. Imperm this.
Work.
And you don't have a vanilla engrave, so Roar does nothing. You can't target my graveyard, right? I'll have a fit if it can target
I
a card.
do
in my
not
grave.
think so, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Imperm. Engrave, so I can't just attack. I have to keep playing.
It's actually not even that bad for you.
If you have nothing else, yeah.
Well, you know I have Summon Skull.
Well, I don't know your face down, right? That's not the Drill Beam, is it? Like,
no. Yeah, I need to good draw here, I think. I should have just summoned the Summon Skull.
that's what I've been saying.
Yeah.
I wish I had a second Blue Eyes. If I go Lina, does it do anything cool? Steel does erase.
Yeah, I trolled a little bit too much.
Oh, there's no engraver in your grave either.
No,
wait.
there's
Oh
not.
my god. Aurora's banished, right?
I draw.
Wow, I can't even go. Yeah, no, that doesn't do anything. Spirit or True Light? Let me just Spirit.
It's crazy you called Imperm one of the worst cards you could have drawn.
Well, I forgot I had Barrel in the grave. And then the toggle came up for Barrel. And I'm like, oh, okay.
That's fucked up.
I can't access any blue eyes though at this point, so I'm stuck with the one for now. Oh no, I get barrel though. Yeah, so it's still here. Okay. Not getting swept. Let's go.
Well, I gave you this one.
I needed it. Thank you. All right. I'm surprised you're not a person who doesn't even play like. I expected you to play just the Dustin, to be honest. You even like having the 6 in there?
It came up for me because the dust on is 0 for like roar in the graveyard.
Purge, yeah. Sure, I guess. I do play 3 of this card. However, the third one is not royal.
That's embarrassing. That's a mental victory.
I spent so much on this and I couldn't get the third one. All right, made in return. No longer made on this again. Okay, you couldn't let me get the animation. Really?
What?
The blue eyes animation.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. My bad. I was just annoyed because I was just trolling, but I didn't actually want you to win. But then the Emperor went kind of crazy.
You underestimated the blue eyes. All right. Yeah, no one's seen my Memento deck yet. Let's keep this Memento.
Chat, called by on the link does nothing. Spirit tags out into a synchro that prevents you from banishing their stuff.
Oh, is chat being toxic? You live though, right? Because it has to summon in defense.
Sure, but like, I don't think I have a top deck at that point.
Cooked. You are very cooked, yeah. Okay.
This is not your shark deck. Oh, this is just Memento then. Okay.
Yep. See, my Memento deck is 40, not 42.
Yeah. That's... I go for this. Yeah, this. White dust on.
Yeah, that's crazy. So if you just misclick on that card, you feel awful. If you just misclick on the roar, I guess you have to be pretty lazy to do that.
Oh, if you click no?
No, oh wait. I meant like you typed the wrong name in, but you can click no summoning, I guess, as well.
It takes like 2 steps. You have to type it, and then it makes you confirm it.
Are you sure you want to summon this idiot?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got another engraver in hand. Theory. Oh no, never mind. This is just.
That does not mean that.
Yeah. I was thinking you wanted to draw, but yeah, no. This is
I mean, I do want to draw. Are you going to give me one?
Think I have anything to give you?
No.
So can it does it have to be less attack or can it be equal? Less attack, cool. So nothing.
Is Memento. I think this is decent.
Yeah, it is pretty solid, this matchup. Summon Skull. Okay, 3 back row. All right, so Imperm, Purge, Spell Beam. Don't love this. How do I want to start? All right, start this. El Globlino.
Well, get that out of here.
It doesn't target my monster, right? So if
No.
I chain, yeah, still get banished. Yep.
Goodbye.
Now I try this.
The horse.
Tatsuna Tushigo.
The horse. What possible extenders do you have? There's the Goblin Biker spell, Bone Party, Fusion. Does Fusion count if it's a monster that's destroyed in your hand? If a monster in your possession was destroyed by card effect this turn, I think that counts, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I think that would count. Well, I still... Back.
All right.
Chain Bone Party. I think that is worth a purge.
Oof, oof, oof. Rough. Yeah, Caesar is very good against this deck.
Mm-hmm.
It feels rough. I was playing Lowe's the other day, and I was pretty much in a similar spot playing a Rizal Fiendsmith, but I only drew Fiendsmith cards. Made a Caesar, and the 6 cards kind of just didn't do anything in their hand. Yeah, I can't do anything else.
Sweet. No mercy this time.
No mercy this time. See, the key is you summon Skull.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. That just wins. Okay, so this is Fiendsmith Engraver.
You have to kill me with Summon Skull, though.
Okay. Does he have an animation?
I don't know. Probably not.
I don't think so. So
if on board right now, it's 71.
71. So the Lordly Load is exactly game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
What if you summon Requiem and then he gains 300 attack?
Yeah, Summon Skull gains 300.
Yeah, 300. Yes, goes to 20. So 300 plus 6 plus 71. Yeah, that's funny. Not if I have anything to say about it. I activate Effect Veiler. Yeah.
Okay. I'll allow it. Generous as I am.
I'm gonna nib you. Be careful. Damn.
All right. Well, we take that as the first 4-0 in the history of this game.
You lost.
Okay, 3-1 to charity.
I needed to thank you. Oh God.
But it is funny. It is funny how that one little difference of like you begging me to let your Ether Barrel resolve, and then the freaking negating the load instead of the barrel just made all the difference in that game.
And then the Blue Eyes deck spirals like pretty well.
It's really, really crazy once it's like set up like the Maiden in the grave and the Blue Eyes in the grave, and then just like everything comes back every turn with the barrel as well. Because I let you keep the barrel in rotations, just every turn you get like 4 cards.
So I've been playing budget Blue Eyes, and I took that to the YCS as well. And the hardest matchup is actually the Blue Eyes Mirror because they have purges and Primite cards.
Yeah,
it is so overwhelming. You just can't beat it. I'm playing at such a disadvantage. Like you just get Ryan also played it at the regionals, the budget Blue Eyes, and when he played it, he described it as the first time ever he really felt price diffed, where you just couldn't compete.
I mean, it's probably also the first time you really played a budget deck. So
I've done it a couple times for like just for a challenge, but
it
was that matchup was rough. It is really bad.
Yeah. No, I Primite cards I feel like are half the reason why that deck is so powerful. Like Purge is like fine. In the TCG version of this deck, I didn't even play Purge because I prioritized Bestials.
And the mirror is crazy, which is like part of the issue for me.
Yeah.
But yeah. I think Purge is really good in this deck in the TCG though as well because of Ryzel. But I guess
it was pre-ban list. Like right now, it feels like there's less. Purge is still fine for like Fiendsmith Tract and stuff, but it's nowhere near because like you're giving up like Bestials, you're giving up Chaos Angel, you're giving up SP, you're giving up Typhon. It's like also Caesar and Lars are like endboard pieces that you can't really make. If you like break their board after you purge them, then you just can't make those. It's
Caesar and Lars. Okay, well I don't have Fiendsmith cards in my Blue Eyes deck, I guess, but.
Oh yeah, I mean comparing Blue Eyes to I was talking about this version where I took out the purges for Bestials in this one, but
sure, yeah. I think the decks are a little bit different.
I think you lied to me about Talvar. There's no way. I know that card. That card's level 7, is it not?
I'm pretty sure when I built this deck like not long ago,
hold up. Beast of Al. It's a level 6. Okay.
Yes. Calling me a liar. Crazy. The audacity.
This card's always treated as an Archfiend card.
It's just like Summon Skull.
That actually might matter because I've had like I think I had one game at locals where my opponent was able to like force my Drill Beam because they attacked my Summon Skull.
Oh no, I meant the Archfiend part. No, the defense part matters. What I was thinking of in TCG, like I haven't played this deck since like January, but like they can go like normal summon Sword or Ice and attack over it and it forces Drill Beam, but being able to hold for something else is much more important.
Yeah.
I actually do think Beast of Talwar is better.
There might also just be an argument for it being a level 4 instead. Like a level 4 dark.
Or
it could be a level 4 darks just so you can make Chaos Angel with your Fiendsmith stuff.
Oh, that sounds cool. What would that be then? What do you want, high defense or high attack? Probably defense.
You need some attack so you can banish their normal summons with Roar. Right. So at like minimum, I'd say what's like the biggest normal summon you really want to hit? At least like Ether Barrel, right? It had to be at least 16.
Nice. So dark, normal. I'm curious. Let's search this up. Normal. Sort by what's Heliotrope? 0. Oh, 650 defense. It's not enough really. Vortex Vader's 12 defense. Oh wait, the Magic Key one is 1919. What the hell?
That seems pretty good. Wait,
that's just everything. Yeah. 1919 Dark Warrior. That's not bad.
2000 2000.
Everyone is full of possibilities. Everything you do moving forward, stopping, closing, opening, is all in your hands.
There might also just be one that's like a level. Is there one that's a level 4 tuner as well? That could be
Angel Trumpeter, but that's not a dark.
No.
You're looking for that.
Is there a tuner? I mean, where's tuner? Tuner's here. There's no dark tuner. Okay. Well,
I think the only one is Angel Trumpeter. I don't know if there's anything else. Like still. Let's see, level 4 tuner.
Level 4 normal tuner. There's a Magic
Calibra. Yeah.
But that's a pendulum. That'd be pretty bad because it wouldn't go to your grave.
Yeah, it's just lose it forever.
That sucks. Okay. Well, it's been fun. For me, at least.
I could enjoy myself while losing. I'm not going to say it was bad. Maxi sucks, though.
Look, that's a given, you know? Like,
yeah.
We can gentleman's agreement the next one to have no Maxis. I don't mind.
The problem with that, though, is while I'd like to that from a gameplay perspective, part of the point is to show players what our decks would be. If we start making our own little meta games and formats, it kind of ruins it. I want to set the example of how to build a deck for our viewers, not just
also the whole point of this is like showcasing the decks as they would function in the environment. So like if you're like, let's say you're playing Sharks and you get Max Seed, you are kind of cooked.
It's rough. You have either Kraken or Dweller, and you cross your fingers and say, please. Yeah, it did not get there.
Well,
all right. Yeah, I'll see you all next time. Have a good one, Josh, and chat.
Yeah, GG's. Bye. Dude, that Fiendsmith versus Blue Eyes game, I definitely played around too much, dude. I fucked around and I found out. That was scary, dude. It was like slowly, but I was like, come on, I'm a grant him that wish, because he was like, don't hit my Primite, let me have my Ether Barrel. I was like, okay, sure. Sure, you can have it. I'm not gonna lose from here on out. And then all of a sudden, the worst things possible happened, one after another, until I actually lost that game. It was kind of crazy. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I liked today. I think we had a little bit of everything. You know, we had a good bit of TCG, good bit of Master Duel. I think it was a good stream all around. I hope you enjoyed it. I will see you guys either tomorrow or on Wednesday. I'm not sure. Like I said earlier, tomorrow they're fixing something in our house. and we might not have electricity, which I'm not entirely sure when and how long that's going to take. So I'll let you know on the Discord server. You can go exclamation mark Discord if you want to stay up to date. But there's a chance that there's either a later stream or no stream tomorrow. At the very latest, I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you for watching. And I'll see you guys next time. I'm just quickly going to look for someone to raid. And then I'll send you guys over to Farfa. So yeah, you guys have fun in Farfa's stream. Once again, thank you for watching. Thank you for following. Thank you for subscribing. All that good stuff. I appreciate your support so much. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Peace.